Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing. Good afternoon, baseball fans. Welcome to beautiful Ironman Field. It is a sunny day here on the river and a beautiful day for Ironman baseball as the Saint John Alpines are in town to take on your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen as Jamie Walls takes to the mound here at Ironman Field for the first time in 2025. The Ironmen coming into this game fresh off an 8-1 victory on Baseball Hill in Fredericton last night. The Alpines in here, I believe their game earlier this week was rained out or canceled due to weather-related items. We take a look real quick at the New Brunswick Senior Baseball League standings. Charlottetown on top, already 8 games played and pacing the league at 6-2. The Alpines come in only playing their 4th and 5th games of the season today. They come in at 2-1. The Ironmen sitting 3-3 after that aforementioned victory last night. Fredericton 2-3 and Moncton a disappointing 2-6 here to start the season. I think they are a better team than that record indicates, but an important early season doubleheader here between a couple of teams that are looking to have a good season, looking to have some playoff success. Again, of course, with the Nationals coming up here in Chatham next year, winning the league this year, the very important step towards having the first choice of pickups. So we'll see if Walls is able to get his season started off strong here today. Look around the field for the Ironman. Logan Walsh was in left field. Mike McKay's in center field. Tyrell Hebert's in right field. Jeff Watkins over at third base. Keating's at short. Gary Hale gets to start at second base here in game 1. And Nick Leggett is over at first base. Tyler McKay is going to do the catching duty. And Matt Beach is going to lead it off here for the Alpines. He comes into this game hitting 400. He's 4 for 10 with 4 singles on the season. Has a couple RBIs and a walk, couple of steals as well. So the junior affiliate doing a little bit of everything here for the Alpines. Well, I should say junior age player. Plays pretty much every game here. And that's in there for strike 1. So a good start there from Walls. 4-man umpiring system here today. Here comes the 0-1. Looking away, and that one a little too far outside, and that'll make it 1-1. So a beautiful day for baseball here as we're going to play 2. Hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday out there. If you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, hope you're having a great Saturday. Here comes the 1-1. And that is just down for a ball. So good spot there as Walls went to the changeup. Just missed a little down. Beautiful sunny day here. Not too hot either at game time. That's high and tight for ball 3. 17 degrees here at first pitch. Mike K, hope you're having a great day out west, pal. Watching live from Calgary. So 3-1 now as Walls tries to battle back to the leadoff hitter. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So a full count here to the first hitter of the ball game. It'll be Beach followed by Connor Hill and Mark Legier. And the Ironmen trying to propel their momentum from a big win in Fredericton last night. And that's on the outside part of the plate. Called strike 3. Jamie Walls starts his game and season off with a backwards K. And that'll be out number 1. Connor Hill's going to step in here now. Connor Hill had a great season last year and off to a okay start this year. He's 2 for 9, 3 runs scored, hitting .222 on the season. 1 out here in the top of the first. And that is a curveball, low and away outside for ball 1. So here comes the 1-0 from Walls. And there's a swing and a miss for a strike. Walls has the good zip on that fastball early here, as he has gotten a few swing and misses already. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Lots of swing and misses here early on. So here comes the 1-2. That's just down and away for a ball. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts for Walls to start here. One looking and one swinging. Hey, Brent, hope you're having a great day, pal. Thanks for tuning in. So Walls has started the game with a couple of strikeouts here. And that's on the outside part of the plate for a strike. I don't think Mark Legier liked that one. Looked like it may have been just outside. Fix this camera up just a little bit here. We'll fix that up during the between innings. That's down for a ball. Let's fix this up right now if we can. And there, Legier sounds like he's still chatting about that first pitch. And that is hit hard to short. That takes a bad hop into left field for a base hit. So a hard hit ball by Legier there. And we're going to have a runner at first here with 2 out. That one was going to be a tough play for Keating anyway, as he was going to have to move to his left. But took a big hop off the grass, taking away any opportunity for Keating to make a play. And that'll bring up Devin Thomas. Thomas off to a 1-for-9 start to the season. There's a big swing and a miss for strike 1, as he was very late on that one. So 0-1 here. There's a little high and tight for a ball. Not a bad spot, though. Probably not a pitch that Walls is going to want to see called a ball all day. So runner at first here is Legier after a 2-out base hit. Benefit of a nice hop in the infield. And that is just outside. So squeezing him on both sides of the plate there. That one did look a little outside. So we're going to be 2 balls and 1 strike now. There is a fly ball into left. That one is way back at the track, at the wall, and it's out of here. Devin Thomas with a little flip home run to the opposite field. And just like that, it is Alpines 2, Ironmen nothing. Again, Devin Thomas not off to a great start to the season, but certainly a better hitter than a 111 average would suggest. And there he goes deep for his first home run of the season, only the second home run of the season for the Alpines as a whole. Now Wall's going to have to reset after a storming start to this inning with 2 strikeouts, a single and a home run, and it's 2-0. That's on the outside part of the plate for strike 1. And that is high and away for a ball here to Matt Dignam. One ball, 1 strike here. That's on the inside part of the plate. That is a strike. We got a perfect view of that one. I'm not sure where that missed. That looked like a pretty darn good pitch here. Catcher Tyler McKay and the pitcher Walls both agreeing with me on that one. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Nora, he's not in the lineup. I'm not sure if he's here and maybe just sitting, but Adam Clark not in the lineup here for the first game. And there's a misses upstairs for a ball. So a full count here, 2 out top of the first inning. The Alpines have scored a couple. Dignam, who's 0 for 7 on the season, looking to reach base. And that one's fouled away. So we'll keep on here at 0-2, or full count, sorry. So another full count pitch to come here. Walls takes his time getting set. Gets the one he wants. Here it comes. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Walls with 3 strikeouts in the inning, but unfortunately it was sandwiched with a fortunate bounce base hit from Mark Legier and a 2-run home run by Devin Thomas. So after a half inning, it is Alpines 2, Ironman no score. So we go to the bottom of the first inning, and we are going to see Alpines, I guess it would be safe to call him their ace, Hayden Dow, making his 3rd appearance of the season. He has 20 strikeouts in 12 innings on the season. He is 1-1. He lost a extra inning game to the Fredericton Royals a couple of weeks ago. Has a 20-4 K to walk ratio, has a .75 whip as well. And again, the Ironman will going to have to scratch and claw to try to get some runs here today. It is, Bob. What an amazing animations these are for sure. Yeah, it's going to be, they're in tough. Dow has the goods. Again, 20 strikeouts in 12 innings is nothing to sneeze at all. And Mikey McKay is going to lead it off here for the Ironman. McKay up to his usual tricks. He's 6 for 17, has a couple of doubles, hitting a cool 350. And he's going to step in here. It's going to be McKay, Keating, and Watkin against Hayden Dow. Here comes the first pitch. And that is popped away, foul. McKay up there swinging early. Again, the Ironman down 2-0. Devin Thomas with a 2-run home run in the top of the first. Here comes the 0-1. That is hit a number out in front of the home plate. That's going to be a tough play. Dow with the bare hand and a nice play. He drops it. He's going to say it's on the transfer. Home plate or first base umpire Brian Cummings says that was out on the transfer as first baseman tried to yank it out of the glove. So that'll be a 1-3 for the first out of the inning. That'll bring Keats up to the dish here. 6 for 18 on the season, hitting .333, all singles. A couple of runs scored. Here's Keats. There's a curveball in there for strike 1. That's going to be a tough pitch for Keats if Dow's going to sling that one in there all day. See if he goes away with it a little bit here and tries to get him to reach. Nope, fastball down for ball 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. 1 out in the bottom of the first. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Ironman Field. Yep, both games will be streamed. Brent, oh boy, don't you worry. That's fouled away. We're going to be live here all day, pal. My butt is glued to glued to the chair here, and I have my special assistant Jake Dignam in the booth here today. Special assistant's a pretty good term, I have to say. What a name. Oh, that's a backdoor slider there that stayed in. The classic around the plate. Here comes the 2-2. And that is fouled away. Nice piece of hitting there by Keats to stay alive. The big say going on down the third baseline here between Big Al and Nathan DeLong, talking about DeLong almost getting hit with a foul ball here. Talking loud enough that we can hear them up here in the third floor press box. Great story. Great exchange. 2-2. That is hit high and deep down the line to right. That one is back. She's out of here. Chris Keating with his first home run of the season. That one is gone, and the Ironmen are on the board down 2-1. A good at bat there for Keats. He fouls off a couple of tough pitches and deposits that one over the Canada's Irish Festival sign in right field. And just like that, it's 2-1. So that'll bring Jeff Watkin to the dish here. Watkin only 8 at bats so far. He's 3 for 8 with a couple of doubles. And he's going to step in here against Hayden Dow. Here comes the first pitch. And that is down for a ball. So a couple of home runs here in the first inning. Thomas for the Alpines. Chris Keating for the Ironmen. And that ball is down. So Watkin quickly ahead here. 2-0. So again, the ball flying out of here early in this one. That was a no-doubter off the bat of Chris Keating there. And again, you can tell from the picture here, it is a beautiful day, folks. 2-0, and that's down for ball 3. So after the home run, Dow has fallen behind the ever-dangerous Jeff Watkin. 3-0. Logan Walsh on deck. And that's down for ball 4. So Dow misses down 4 straight pitches. And Watkin draws a 4-pitch walk. So that'll bring Logan Walsh up. Walsh looking to get a bit of steam going here. 3 for 17 on the season. A couple of runs scored. Hit 171 as he transitions to a full-time senior baseball player. He's getting lots of reps here. He hit 3rd here last Thursday, hitting 4th here in the first game today. And that's in there for strike 1. As the guys downstairs leave the music on a little too long. Boys, oh boys, are they lucky that Miles isn't umpiring today, because they'd be in trouble. So Dow, after the 4-pitch walk, in with strike 1. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. The Ironmen are on the board. They trail 2-1. Dow with a long look over to Watkin. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. So 0-2 here to Walsh as Dow has come right back in here with 2 strikes after the home run and then a 4-pitch walk. Nick Leggett on deck here, assuming the inning continues. Throw over to first. Watkin back with relative ease. Oh, 2 here to the Ironman left fielder. And Dow's going to step off. Looks like Van Snick having a slight bit of issue with his equipment. The 0-2 again. And there's on the outside part of the plate, and that is called strike 3. So Walsh goes down with the backwards K. Route number 2. So that'll bring Leggett to the dish here now with 2 out and a runner at first. Leggett 3 for 13 on the season so far. All 3 hits are singles. Does have a run scored. Yes, and it's in there for strike one. Good catch from special assistant Jake Dignam here. The stats that we do have for the Ironman do not include last night's game. Special assistant Jake telling me that Nick did have a couple hits last night with a double. But unfortunately, those stats were not uploaded in time for them to get them in the program. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2 as Dow goes little change piece there. So 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner still over at first. And there's strike 3. So the Ironmen do get one back as Chris Keating hits a solo home run. So after an inning here at Ironman Field, it is Alpines 2, Ironman 1. It's time for a word from our sponsor, O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Our beautiful back patio is open and dogs are welcome. We even have a special O'Don's Irish Pup menu for your furry friend. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub. So here we go to the top of the second here. It's going to be Van Snick to lead it off for the Alpines. Wall's back out, and that misses for ball 1. It is, isn't it? That's right. Big thanks to O'Donoghue's Irish Pub again, sponsoring the stream this year. And that is check swing foul. Van Snick didn't want to swing at that one. So 1-1. Top of the second here. Alpine's up 2-1. Devin Thomas with a 2-run homer on the top of the first. Chris Keating answered back with a solo in the bottom of the first. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes here to the Alpine's second. And there's a swing, and we're going to have to appeal that, I think. No, we're not going to. And they're going to say no. That's an absolutely must appeal there. 2-2. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3 as Walls goes off speed. 4 outs retired here by Jamie Walls, all 4 of them via the strikeout so far. And that'll bring up Matt Peacock. One out here in the top of the second inning. And there's a pop-up. Watkins going to go have a look. But it's going to doink just behind the Alpines dugout. It's going to be a long day at the ball field here, folks, but a good day for it. Not too hot. It's not raining. Like I said, 17 degrees, beautiful day. And baseball. What the heck else could you want in the summertime here? You're seeing the host of the 2026 Men's Senior Nationals. That is just inside. And again, those are pretty good pitches that are being called balls. We've seen that called a ball consistently so far. And that's inside for a ball. 2-1. That ball is looped into left, and that's going to be a base hit. As Peacock just sticks the bat out and dumps one into left field. The old hit it where they ain't. And the Alpines have a runner on here. And here's the first baseman, Ryan Galbraith. And McKay is going to get rid of the sunglasses. The sun has gone behind a bit of a cloud here. So runner over at first here now. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. So Peacock over at first after a base hit. See if the bottom of the order for the Alpines here, Galbraith and Zach Elaine, can get something going. One out and one on. 3 hits in the ball game for the Alpines. Peacock takes another step. That ball's in the dirt. And McKay unable to corral that. So that'll allow Peacock to move up into scoring position. So runner at second now here with 1 out. Ryan Galbraith at the plate. Galbraith is 1 for 5 on the season. He's 1 hit, a single. Hale in checking him out. There's a curveball, swing and a miss, strike 2. And I tell you what, I have been very impressed with the number of swing and misses Walls has gotten so far. Again, all 4 outs he has recorded has been via the strikeout. A lot of swing and misses, and swing and misses at all the pitches, fastballs, curveballs, and changeups. So Walls has the good stuff going here early. And that is high for a ball. So that'll run it to 1 ball, 2 strikes here. I believe is the count. We'll see here. It says 2-2 on the board. I believe it is 2-2, actually. You are right. I missed the wild pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. 5 strikeouts now for Walls. And now the number 9 hitter, Zach Elaine, going to jump in. So Zach Elaine going to hit here with 2 outs. This is where you want to end it right here before it turns back over to the top of the order. And that's right there for strike 1. Again, the Alpines definitely missing a bit of a dynamic at the top of their order with Adam Clark out of the lineup. Walls looking to end it at the number 9 hitter here. And there's a foul back, and he's quickly ahead 0-2. Walls looking for strikeout number 6 here in only the 2nd inning, as he's ahead of Elaine here 0-2. Elaine, this is his first at bat of the season. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, runner at second. That is high and away, or high and inside, sorry, for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes. That is lined back up the middle. Here's McKay up with the throw. Play at the plate. There's not going to be one. So Zach Elaine's first at bat of the season results in an RBI single. And the Alpines extend their lead to 3-1. As Peacock comes around the store again. Peacock going on the crack of the bat there. As Elaine sticks the bat out and drives it up the middle for a base hit. So Elaine over at first now, and it turns back over to the top of the order here. For Matt Beach. Matt Beach struck out looking his first time. Throw over to first. Leggett drops that one. And there is a ball foul down the line. So 0-1 here to Beach. Oh, jeez. And that is, that is a pretty handy pitch there. Misses for a ball. 1-1. That ball's in the dirt. Nice block there by McKay. So 2 balls, 1 strike here. Rocks and fires. Runner going. Swing and a miss. McKay the throw down to second, and he's going to be in there. So Elaine with the stolen base. So he will move up to second base now. As the count is 2-2 on Beach. Yeah, Kathy, we do that intentionally. So when there's runners at first or no runners on, we change the camera to focus in on where the action is. It's intentional. Again, we're trying to focus on where the plays are happening. So we have the first base cam. There's a foul ball back. Look out. Yeah, we're just a little production value. Right when there's a runner at first, we want to focus on the cameras. Then when the ball's in play, we switch back. Two balls, 2 strikes here with 2 out. Runner at second base. And that is high and tight for a ball, so that'll run it full. Walls has had to work here in this inning. Here comes the 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So the Alpines do get another one. But Walls with another 3 strikeouts. So 1.5 innings in the books here from Ironman Field. It is the Alpines 3. Ironman 1. So we go to the bottom of the second inning here, and Tyler McKay is going to lead it off for the Ironmen as they're down 3-1. Tyler 4 for 13. Double on the season. Brent not sure. Find out between games. Only hearing rumors up till this point. So Hayden Dow back to work here. And that is in the dirt for a ball. One ball, no strikes. That's outside for ball 2. So Dow has been a little erratic here. He did have a 4-pitch walk back in the first after giving up the home run to Keating. But then he was able to get it back, striking out Logan Walsh and Nick Leggett to get out of the inning. 2-0 here to McKay. And that's down for ball 3. Looked like a little change up or took something a little off of that one with a 2-seam maybe. 3-0. That's in the dirt for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Tyler McKay to lead off the inning here. And that'll bring up Ironman import Julio Hernandez, who has had 6 at-bats so far this season. He's 1 for 6, couple runs scored. Hernandez threw 6 2/3 innings last night in a victory in Fredericton. Yeah, that's kind of what we figured, Scotty. We don't have that officially, but that's what we assume. And that is a hard hit ball to third. Go to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. So that'll be a 4-6 fielder's choice. So a 4-6 fielder's choice will eliminate McKay. So 1 out here is Tyrell will come to the plate. And that's outside for a ball. So there's a look at Julio over at first. As Tyrell steps in here, head up 1-0. He's 1 for 5 on the season. And there's a swing and a miss. Does have a home run. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Tyrell. Julio over at first. 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. That ball's in the dirt. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to Hebert. Ironman down 3-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Long look over to first. Here comes the pitch, and that's hit back up the middle. They're going to go to second for 1, on to first, and that's going to be thrown away. So that will be Hebert reaching on a fielder's choice, because you can't assume a double play. So 6-4 will erase Hernandez. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Garrick Hale, with 2 out here. And that's right down Broadway for strike 1. Hale 0 for 3 so far on the season. That ball is inside. Pretty good spot there, though. Not going to lie. Check swing regardless. That looked like a pretty dandy spot here. There's a look at Hebert over at first with 2 out here as he gets a decent-sized lead against the lefty. Fakes a start, and that's fouled off. So it'll be 1-2 now to Hale. Again, if he can reach here and turn it back over, it'll be the top of the order for the Ironman. As Mike McKay's in the on-deck circle. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He bears going. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3, so it will not matter. So the Ironmen get a couple on, but a couple fielder's choice and a strikeout to end it. The Ironmen come away empty-handed. So 2 innings in the books here from Ironman Field in game 1 of today's doubleheader. It is the Saint John Alpines 3 and your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 1.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Did you know we have happy hours 7 days a week from 3 to 6 p.m.? Come on by for a drink and a snack. We also have wing night every Thursday from 5 to 10 p.m. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the 3rd inning here, and we're going to be the number 2 spot here, Connor Hill, one of Walls' 6 strikeout victims so far. So here's Walls back to work. That is right there. Oh, it's a little high for ball 1. Let's go. 2-0 here to Hill. So it'll be Hill, Legier, and Thomas. Legier and Thomas did some damage together back in the 1st. And that is inside part of the plate for a strike. St. John pitcher, yeah, Hayden Dow. Listen, he's got 20 strikeouts in 12 innings for a reason. That one's fouled back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here now. And that is just outside. I tried to paint one on that corner there, but missed a little too far. So full count here now. Walls has had to work hard. There's a check swing. We're going to go to, and he's going to be rung up by the first base umpire, Brian Cummings. I was going to say it definitely looked like he went a little too far there as he kind of had to snap her back. That would have been ball 4. Hill was getting ready to go to first, but on appeal, the first base umpire, Brian Cummings, gives him the old, "Hi-yah!" out of there. So 7 outs has been recorded by Jamie Walls in this ballgame. All 7 of them have been strikeouts. That's just down for ball 1. So he has allowed 3 runs on 4 hits, but has struck out 7. And that is high and tight for ball 2. That is inside as well for ball 3. So 3-0 here. That is ball 4. None of them particularly close. So Legier is on base for the 2nd time today. And that'll bring up Devin Thomas. Again, Thomas with a 2-run opposite field home run here back in the first inning. So runner at first here with 1 out. Thomas at the dish. And that is in there for strike 1. Big hole on the right side here. See if maybe Legier, not the steals man that we might think of, but he's going. Look at that. I was going to just say that might get him going here. And that ball fired away. So getting the runner going here. Legier with the steal of second. So now he's out at second base here. With 1 out in the top of the third. Once again, the Alpines have a runner in scoring position. And that's high for a ball. Two balls, one strike here to Thomas. That down and inside for a ball 3. So now with first base open. Probably going to trade carefully here. You got Dignam on deck, who struck out last time. There's ball 4. So we're going to get a quick pause here as Tyler McKay is going to go out and talk to Jamie Walls after back-to-back walks. Again, this is Walls' first appearance of the season. He's got to be in the 40, 50s. I'd even say probably getting close to 60 at this point. So let's set the scene here. Dignam's coming to the plate. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. First and second here. You'd love a little weak ground ball to Gary Hale here for a little 4-6-3, wouldn't you? See if we can speak that into existence here. That is high and tight for ball 1. So back-to-back walks here for Walls. Nothing cooking in the Ironman pen. That is outside for ball 2. That is on the inside part of the plate for a strike. So 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the count. Walls takes his time here, and just like that, right on cue, Rylan Matchett makes a long trot down to the Ironman bullpen. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the third. The Alpines lead 3-1. Matt Dignam with a couple runners on here trying to make something happen. The only way Jamie Walls has been able to get anybody out in this ball game is with a K. So he's looking for another one here. But like I said, a little 4-6-3 double play would be chef's kiss. Popped up. That's going to be out of play foul. Two balls, 2 strikes remains a count here. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Well, folks. I don't know what to say about this. If you're an Ironman fielder, you must be some bored. You must be very bored. And this one, as there has not been a single out recorded. There's a swing and a miss, strike one, as Van Snick comes to the plate. The Alpines have only put 4 balls in play. 3 of them have resulted in singles, and 1 was a home run. 2 on, 2 out here in the top of the third. There's a grounder to short. It's going to be in the hole. It's going to be a tough play for Keating, and he's not going to make it. So that'll be an infield single. That was going to be a very, very tough play regardless, as that was deep in the hole. So that should be an infield single, I would say. I'll even fight the official scores about that one. That's definitely an infield single. So Matt Peacock, who singled and scored his last time up, jumps in here with 2 out, and the base is now loaded. Ryland Matchett cranking it up down in the Ironman pen. Again, Wall's first appearance of the season. There's a liner into center. Mike McKay on the run. He's going to make the play. The first out of the ball game recorded by anybody other than the pitcher. So Wall strands, the base is loaded. That's a big one there. 2.5 innings in the books. St. John does lead 3-1. The Ironmen at the top of the order coming to bat here in the bottom of the third. So bottom of the third. Bottom of the third here. And it's going to be Mike McKay. McKay grammed it out to the pitcher on a little nubber his first time. So here we go, bottom of the third now, as the Ironman looking to get back into it here. And that's right down Broadway for strike one. Uh-oh. There we go. And that's there for strike two. That's in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So McKay, Keating, and Watkin. The Ironmen so far only have 1 hit, and it is from the guy in the on-deck circle, a solo home run from Chris Keating. That is fouled out of play. That's up for a ball. 2-2. And that ball is a number in the infield out to short, a little two hopper. And McKay is going to be retired 6-3 to start the inning here. So that'll bring Keating to the plate. A home run his first time up. And that's a liner in the right field. A base hit for Keating. So he is 2 for 2 in the ball game. That one was hit hard. Tell you what, the one lefty the Ironmen have in the lineup today having absolutely no problem with Hayden Dow. Big text in the chat. Lester, what's going on, pal? Hope you're having a great day, buddy. Great day for baseball here. So runner at first here with one out. So Watkins going to step in here. He walked on 4 pitches his first time. There's a check swing, and he holds it back for a ball down. And he throws over to Keating, and they got him picked off here. And Keating will end up safe. So again, that's the danger of the pickle play. So Keating was picked off. Will end up at second because Galbraith doinked the ball off of his upper back. Not much you can do there trying to get the ball into second. Keating kind of held up to see if Galbraith would throw it and if he could get back to first. But benefit of being in the way, Keating wears that one, and now he's at second base. I don't know if you call that an error on the first baseman or what. And that ball is inside. So 2-0 here to Watkins. And that ball is outside. 3-0. Watkins hasn't seen a strike tonight. And there, Watkins swings the bat for the first time today. Fouls it away. He did. He had him picked off dead to rights there. But a little unfortunate throw placement. And Keating is at second with one out. As the Ironmen try to get back in this ball game here, they trail 3-1 in the bottom of the third. Dow and Walls have both. Walls has had to work very hard. Dow's had to work hard enough. He's been his own worst enemy. And that is high and away for ball 4. Walls has worked around. I mean, he's thrown a lot of pitches because of the amount of strikeouts he has had, which numbers 8. He's also given up. The scoreboard says 4, but I have 5 hits. Dow's enemy has been the free pass, as he has issued 2 of them to Jeff Watkin. That's in there for strike 1 to Logan Walsh. Walsh struck out looking his first time. So after the home run in the first, Watkin walked on 4 pitches, and then Dow came back to strike out Walsh and Leggett. And that ball comes back over the outside part of the plate for strike 2. Little slider there from Dow. And that ball is popped out of play. So staying alive. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Walsh goes down for the second time, and that'll be out number 2. So that'll bring Leggett up to the plate now. That's outside for ball 1. The 1-0. And there's a check swing. Leggett, I think that was a called strike regardless. Looked like a little change piece there. And there's strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Leggett. Runner going. That ball is hit high in the air into center. Beach underneath it, and he will make the play. So the Ironmen get a couple on, and unfortunately they come away with nothing yet again. So 3 innings in the books here from Ironman Field. It remains the Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 1.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Come by and try one of our new menu favorites, the tot of the morning to you. Mayo, lettuce, tomato, egg, bacon, cheese, and 2 tater tot rings, all on a brioche bun served with home fries. How can you pass that up? We have brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. until noon. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the 4th inning here. A beautiful day here at Ironman Field. The 8-9-1 here for the Alpines. Galbraith, Elaine, and then back to the top of the order for Beach. Walls has allowed 3 runs on, again, the scoreboard says 4. I have 5 hits. And has 8 strikeouts. The Ironman, no errors behind him. Galbraith struck out swinging his first time, and there's foul back for strike 1. So Walls ahead here. 1 ball, no strikes. Rylan Matchett continues to warm up in the bullpen for the Ironman. That ball is low and away outside. Little curveball there from Walls. That ball misses outside. So 2 balls, 1 strike here. Again, where this is Walls' first appearance of the season, you have to assume he is starting to get close to whatever pitch count Ironman coach Kevin Bowes has wanted him to be at. That ball is down for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike here. There's a swing and a miss as Galbraith tries to turn around a inside curveball, unable to do so. So now the count is full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, it says the one he wants. Here it comes. That is a liner into center. McKay back. He's not going to get there. Over his head, Galbraith is going to go for second, and he is going to be a dead duck by a mile. That is some pretty bad first base coaching there from the Alpines. As Galbraith, nobody was covering the bag immediately, but Galbraith was out by a good 15 feet at second base as McKay skips one in there. So that'll be a single, and then Galbraith is retired 8-6 on the assist from center field. Again, that's just a risk not worth taking there as the Ironmen scrambled to get somebody back to the bag. And again, Galbraith out by a good 15 feet. They had plenty of time to get somebody back to the bag and pick up that throw in from McKay, who had the ball go over his head, but tracked it down and got it back in very quickly. That misses away. So 2-0 here to the number 9 hitter, Elaine. Elaine singled and drove in a run his first time, also had a stolen base. That is high, 3-0. And that's right down Broadway for a strike. Elaine taken all the way, 3-1. Three balls, one strike here, one out in the top of the fourth inning. Number 9 hitter up here, ahead to 3-1 count. Here comes Walls, and that'll be a swing and a miss for strike 2. As Elaine not fully committed to that one, but went around. And that's ball 4. And again, some displeasure with the strike zone there. So this goes back to the top of the order now, Matt Beach. Over 2, struck out looking and swinging. And that is down for ball 1. And that is a high fly ball to center. McKay back, parked under it, and makes the play. That'll be out number 2. So Beach is retired F8 for out number 2. So that'll bring up Connor Hill, also over 2 with 2 Ks. Has gone down swinging twice. Again, 2 out in the top of the fourth inning here. A little bit of a conversation between catcher Tyler McKay and pitcher Jamie Walls. Not sure what that's about. Maybe just trying to come to an agreement on how they want to approach Connor Hill in this situation. Elaine with a sizable lead over at first. He, again, does have a steal in the game. And a throw over there from Walls. One ball, no strike. Elaine going. That's right down the middle for strike 1. And that ball's going to get kicked away. Elaine's going to be safe. So Elaine with his second steal of the game. Having himself a pretty good ball game here. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Adam. I just got a message from someone downstairs about it as well. Feel bad. I've been calling them that now for 3 years. So one strike here. One ball, one strike. Here's the count. There we go. So runner at second here with 2 out in the top of the 4th inning. Connor Hill at the dish. And that is on the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Walls, who may be reaching the end of the line here. Here comes. And that is high and tight for a ball. Runs the count to 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. I'll land the runner at second. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So that'll end the inning. Strikeout number 9 for Walls. So halfway home here at Ironman Field. The home side's down 3-1. Bottom of the 4th inning we go. It's Alpines 3, Ironman 1. The Ironmen have had some chances. They've had some runners on. Unfortunately, they have been unable to cash them in. So Tyler McKay is going to lead it off here. It'll be McKay, Hernandez, and Hebert. Hayden Dow settles back in here for his 4th inning of work. Has allowed a run on a couple hits. All the damage done by Chris Keating. That ball is hit hard to short. Big hop there for Hill on a throw over to first, and that'll be a quick 6-3. 1 pitch, 1 out here. And that'll bring up Julio Hernandez. Reached on a fielder's choice his first time, and then was forced out at second on a fielder's choice. So Dow settles in here, and he squares around the bunt and takes it over the inside part for strike 1. Just trying to get the fielders moving, it would appear. And that ball is down in the dirt. Evens the count at 1-1. One ball, 1 strikes the count. Here it comes. And that is inside for ball 2. Dow has Scotty on YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4 I have on my score sheet here. That is down for a ball. So again, the only time Dow has struggled is with his control. And again, the strike zone today for both sides has been tight. And there's a swing and a miss as Hernandez was trying to hit that one way out of here. Swings through it for strike two. So now a full count here. There's a hard hit ball to short, and Hill unable to come up with it. So Hernandez will reach base. And surely that will be scored an error, and it is. So Hernandez will reach on an E6. So the Ironmen have a runner on here with one out, and it's Tyrell Hebert at the dish. Well, now they had it up as an error, but now I haven't seen them officially, so we'll see here. That's in there for strike one. They did flash error on the board, but I have not seen them add an error to the Saint John total, so we will see. If so, that'll be the first error of the ball game. Hernandez with a good lead over there. That's in the dirt for a ball. And again, the Ironmen have been picked off once, but it did result in a positive end for them as Keating made it to second after the ball was spiked off his back. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And that ball is bounded to third. That's going to be a tough play. Dignam with a long throw, and he got him by half a step over at first. So a nice play there by Matt Dignam at third. Hebert will move up to second. And that'll bring up Garrick Hale, accompanied by one of my favorite walk-up musics of 2025, Everlong by the Foo Fighters. We could use a base hit here. That is down for ball one. Again, the strike zone here in this first game has been, I think tiny is probably the word I would use to describe it. There is a swing and a miss at a pitch on the outer half for strike one. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. So the Ironman number 9 hitter. Again, trying to turn it back over to the top of the order if you can. And that is a slider in there for strike two. Nobody holding Hernandez anywhere near close out at second base. Dow with a look back, and that one had a little bit of English on her as that one sailed away. Almost a Greg Maddux ball. Check that ball here. See if we got a gash in it. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, runner at second. And there's a bounder foul. And again, you can see the Alpines not even concerned about Hernandez at second base. Kind of surprised he hasn't tried to pick up that extra 90 feet. But again, the Ironmen need 2, so maybe not worth the risk. With the top of the order looming. 2-2 yet again. And that is down for a ball, so that'll run it full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Mike McKay, over 2 in the game with a couple of groundouts, is on deck. Here we go. 3-2, 2 out here, bottom of the 4th. Dow's set. Here he comes. And that is bounded foul. Good at bat here from Hale. He's going to see another 2-strike pitch here. Full count again. And that is down for ball 4. A great at bat from Garrick Hale as he works a walk. An 8-pitch walk from Garrick Hale. You love to see that. That is the 3rd walk issued by Dow. So 2 on and 2 out now. And that's a curveball in there for strike one to Mike McKay. McKay again 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts, one to the pitcher and one to the shortstop. Boys, a base hit here, even something in the gap would be just what the doctor ordered. And that ball's right there for strike two. And again, that's been down all day. I think that's what Mike was thinking with his body language there. That pitch has been down every time. But for this time, it's called strike two. And that's down in the dirt. So that'll run at 1-2. Dow tried to get him chasing the changeup down and away there. I'll tell you what, I have been impressed with Dow's arsenal. He's just had a hard time at points in this ball game locating it. And it hasn't come back to hurt him yet. And there's a curveball, and that one misses outside. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if my man Jake's sitting next to me here, but the umpire flinched on that one. I think he was looking to ring him up and couldn't pull the trigger. 2-2. And that's going to get away. So that'll give the runners 90 feet. And that will run the count full now. So that's a wild pitch that will allow both runners to move up. And again, with the full count here, Hayden Dow's kryptonite is in the on-deck circle in terms of Chris Keating. He's the only Ironman with a hit in this ball game as a home run and a single. But we'll see. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Second and third are where the runners live. And that is bounded foul. Some good at-bats here from the Ironman in this inning. Again, when you're facing a guy with this caliber of stuff, when he gives you the opportunity, you have to make him pay. And so far in this ball game, the Ironmen have not been able to. They had multiple runners on in the second and third and have stranded them both times. Full count again here to Mike McKay. And there is a bounder back up the middle. That is going to be a tough play and not fielded cleanly. And that's a run. So that will be a run. We'll see what, and they give another error there. So that will be an unearned run. And no RBI there, as again, unable to come up with it cleanly. And we're going to get a visit here from the Alpines dugout. So again, Van Snick, and I'll be honest, you know what? I haven't seen Van Snick play a whole lot of games at second base. Usually that's why I thought he was catching earlier in the ball game. That's usually where I see him when they're here. But again, that was going to be a tough play anyway. McKay, probably one of the faster runners in the league, was getting down the line in a hurry, but Van Snick unable to come up with a clean. So that'll make it 3-2. And now Keating, and as Dig tells me here, Keating is 5 for his last 5. So on a 5 at-bat hitting streak here. And today is 2 for 2 with a home run and a single. Again, the only Ironman in the lineup with a hit. And runners at the corners and 2 out here. So a chance for the Ironman to flip the script here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Again, the run Hernandez scored on that error. So an unearned run charged to Dow. Here we see what Keats gets, setting up way outside. And that ball is stung into right, but that's going to be right at Devin Thomas. So Keating hits the cover off that one, but unfortunately not going to come up with a hit there. The Ironmen do get one, but they strand a couple on as Keating lines out to the right fielder. So after 4 complete here from Ironman Field, it is the Saint John Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 2.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. If you are looking for a space to host an event, our upstairs area has seating for 40 for your grad party, baby shower, business meeting, or private party. What better way to host than in a Miramichi historic landmark with awesome food and drink? Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the fifth here, and the Ironmen have a new pitcher, and it is Ryland Matchett, who, let's see, I believe this will be his third appearance of the season. I know the stats say one, but he did throw a third of an inning last night to cap off the Ironman 8-1 victory in Fredericton. So it will be his third appearance of the season. He's going to be asked to come in here and keep this a 3-2 ball game. And he's getting thrown right into the heart of the Saint John order here with Legier, Thomas, and Dignam, the 3-4-5 hitters. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 3, 4. And that ball is hit high and deep to left, but that is going to be foul. So that will close the book on Jamie Walls, who will go 4 innings. Allowed 3 runs, all of them earned on 4 hits, and had 9 strikeouts. And I believe 2 walks. So all in all, not a bad season debut for Jamie Walls. But he needs his guys to do some work here, and that is hit into left. Logan Walsh will come in and make the play. So a line out to left for the first out of the inning. And that's in there for strike 1 to Devin Thomas. Let's see, out. Thomas is 1 for 1 in the game. Has a 2-run double and walked his last time. Home run. Yes, that's right. Why did I mark down double on the sheet? Thank you, Dig. It's nice to have fact checking just right here in the press box next to you, right? For when you say stupid things. As if I would forget that he hit a home run. I mean, the first inning seems like it was 4 hours ago, even though it's only 3:29. Here comes the 1-2, and that is fouled off. So yeah, Devin Thomas had a 2-run home run back in the first inning. Walked his last time. 1 ball, 2 strikes here from Ryland Matchett. Again, the Ironmen trying to keep this to a 3-2 ball game. And that is a slider. Nice pitch from Matchett there in under the hands of Thomas. One ball, 2 strikes again. That is high and away. Changes eye level a little bit. So again, first game of a doubleheader here. Top of the 5th inning. Saint John 3, Ironman 2. That is in the dirt. Nice change up there from Matchett. So Thomas now has worked it back to a full count here. And that is going to be inside and hit Thomas on the thigh. Would have been ball 4 anyway. So he'll be on. So the Ironmen have been unable to get Devin Thomas out today. So that'll ring up Matt Dignam. He is 0 for 2, has struck out twice. And again, Matchett would love a little ground ball here. A little 2-piece. And that is high for a ball. Both bullpens silent here at the moment. Thomas going. Oh, and I don't know what that was all about. If he didn't get a good jump or what that was some sort of broken play. Maybe the hit and run was on. And Thomas thought, uh-oh. Either way, he was a good almost halfway to second. And then he turned around and decided to go back. McKay with the throw down, but he gets back in safely. Oof. And that is a liner into left. But Walsh will get there and make the play. So the second out of the inning. Both outs of the inning have been made by Logan Walsh, and that'll bring up Van Snick, who's 1 for 2 with a single. That ball's in the dirt. McKay with a nice block. Wore that one. He's going to take a sack. I heard McKay say "ow" all the way up here. That one didn't feel good. So a little extra time here for the Ironman catcher. Counts 1-0 here. So Van Snick. Thomas the runner over at first. And that is a curveball in there for a strike. Oh, and throw over to first. He got him. Caught Devin Thomas leaning. And Ryland Matchett picks him off to end the top of the 5th inning. So an adventurous base running performance from Devin Thomas over at first base results in a pickoff. 4.5 innings in the books. We're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. The Ironmen still trail 3-2. So we go to the bottom of the 5th. It's going to be 3-4-5 for the Ironmen. Watkin, Walsh, and Leggett. Watkin is 0 for 0 in the ball game. Has walked twice. Again, the Ironmen with 6 outs to use here, or 9, depending on how your math works. And that is a hard hit ball and a base hit. So Watkin with a leadoff single, 1 pitch and a man on. I guess I'm having a hard time believing it's only the bottom of the 5th. I don't know why. I think it's the 6th. We are starting to see a bit of stirring down in the Alpines bullpen. And that looks like Matt Nason, who's going to start throwing here. 1 on, nobody out, is walking on a leadoff single. And there's a swing by Walsh. So the Ironmen coming up aggressive here. There's a look at Watkin over at first. Again, a pretty modest lead. There's a swing and a miss, strike two. And Dow has shown a good pickoff move, but a couple guys picked off at first today. One on each side. 0-2 to Walsh. There's a swing and a miss, strike three. So Walsh goes down for the third time. He's now 0 for 3 in the game with 3 Ks. And that'll bring up Nick Leggett. Nick Leggett 0 for 2. Ended the first inning with a K and ended the third inning with a fly out to center field. Watkins going, and that's a hit and run. Just foul down the line. Holy jeez. Quite the foul ball call by the third base umpire. I'm pretty sure if you're on the Miramichi River enjoying a nice little boat trip here, you knew that was a foul ball. So 0-1 here. The Ironmen were trying to get something going there. And that ball's in the dirt, and Watkin on a delayed steal, and he's going to be in there. Wow. Little bit of a delayed steal there. So the Ironmen trying a couple of different tricks here. Watkin with the swipe. You don't see the delayed steal employed a whole heck of a lot here in 2025, but there's a swing by Leggett. Loses a bit of a grip on the bat there, and it's 1-2. Again, the one thing we've seen with the Alpines is they pay absolutely zero attention to a runner at second. Again, Watkin could be off 15, 20, 30 feet easily. And that's strike three on the outside part of the plate. So Leggett goes down for the second time and will now be 0 for 3. That'll bring up Tyler McKay. So runner at second with 2 out here. That's in there for strike one. I think McKay a little upset at himself there that he didn't take a rip at that one, as that was just a little get me over changeup from Dow. And again, you look out at second, nobody within a mile of Watkin. And that's inside for a ball. So again, the Ironmen once again with runners in scoring position. They have had a runner in scoring position each of the last 3 innings. They only have 1 to show for it. And that's outside for a ball. A timely base hit needed. Just dump something into right field. Make something happen here. And that is at the bottom of the strike zone for strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here. McKay is going to ask for time here to collect his thoughts. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Watkin is out at second. He led off this inning with a first pitch single. And there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3 as McKay unable to hold up. So once again, the Ironmen leave a runner in scoring position. And after 5 innings, the Alpines lead by a score of 3-2.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Our beautiful back patio is open and dogs are welcome. We even have a special O'Don's Irish Pup menu for your furry friend. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the 6th here. Ryland Matchett back out here for his second inning of work. It'll be Van Snick, Peacock, and Galbraith. 6, 7, 8 here for the Alpines.
Leading out for Saint John, number 33, Ryan Van Snick.
Van Snick 1 for 2 with a single. Squares around there and he pulls it back. They are going to appeal it, but they will say he pulled back in time. Matt Nason continues to warm in the bullpen for the Alpines. That's in there for a strike. There is a nice curveball from Matchett as he gets Van Snick chasing on that. And it'll be 1-2. And there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3 as foul tips into the glove. So Van Snick strikes out for the second time today. And that'll bring up Matt Peacock. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. And that is in the dirt for ball 1. A ball coming right into the living room at home here. Pitcher battle matchup here. Matchett against Peacock, and that's fouled back. Look out. Not sure if somebody wore that one. 1-1 here. And that is fouled off at the dish. So it'll be 1-2. So 1-2 is the count here. 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. That is a foul ball down the first baseline. One ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. That is high and away for ball 2. That'll run the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. To the Alpines number 7 hitter. That is a liner back up the middle. Keating will play it on 2 hops and make the play to first. So that'll be a 6-3 for out number 2. There's a curveball. Galbraith has taken a wave at a couple of those now today. Galbraith is 1 for 2. Last time up, he had a single and was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double by center fielder Mike McKay. That's a good pitch there. Trying to get him to chase, but he doesn't. That is a pop-up in the infield. Keating going out, and he will make the play. So a couple of good innings of work for Ryland Matchett as he goes 3 up, 3 down. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. The Ironmen with the bottom third of the order up, and they still trail 3-2. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning here, and that is going to spell the end of the day for Hayden Dow as Matt Nason into the game here. 7. So Dow will depart after 5 innings where he allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. He had 7 strikeouts and 3 walks. One of those 2 runs unearned. The only earned run he allowed was a solo home run way back in the 1st inning by Chris Keating. That ball is bounded up the middle and is going to be fielded by Van Snick. So Hernandez will be retired 4-3 for out number 1. And we're going to get a pinch hitter here. Charlie Mawson going to dip in here for Tyrell Hebert. Mawson not starting because of the lefty. Mawson 5 for 16 on the season. So now with the righty in there, we're going to get some of these lefties off the bench. And that one way inside lookout, right up in front of the camera there for ball 1. We also see it appears as though Jake Cook has come out into the on-deck circle and will bat for Garrick Hale. So Kevin Bowes availing himself of some of these lefties. And that's outside for ball 2. So the Ironmen have stranded runners in scoring position each of the last 3 innings. They let Dow off the hook. So now they have to make Matt Nason pay. And that's ball 3. Nason has thrown 2 innings in the season, has allowed a couple hits. No wins, no losses, no saves, and no runs allowed. 3-0 here to Mawson. And that is ball 4. That inside pitch to lefties has been a ball all day. And it's a ball here again. So now we're going to get Jake Cook. As we said, he stepped out into the on-deck circle. So he will bat here for Garrick Hale. Cook 3 for 9 on the season, hitting .333. All 3 of his hits are singles. Does have 3 runs scored as well. So Mawson, who runs well over at first. The Ironmen have not been afraid to take some chances on the bags in this one. And that's a ball. 5 straight balls here from Nason. And we're going to get times called here. As Legier is going to go out here and have a say with the Alpines reliever. So again, Dow did his job. He battled through all kinds of problems. Again, most of his problems self-inflicted. The few walks that he did have, keeping guys on the bags. Again, the error by the second baseman Van Snick allowed the Ironman second run to score. As it stands now, he would be the winning pitcher should this score hold. And the Ironman looking to have other ideas. 1-0 to Jake Cook. And that is outside for ball 2. Nason not particularly wild, but not particularly close either. So 2 balls, no strikes here. Mawson the runner over at first. And that's right there for a strike. And I don't think that's going to draw some not nice comments from the Ironman dugout. And again, you heard Kevin Bowes say that's not there all day. The bottom of the strike zone has been tight, and it has been mostly balls. Again, always hard to judge up and down from up here. And that is outside for ball 3. And we'll see here with a 3-1 count if maybe Kevin Bowes gets something on the go here. We'll see. To be determined. And a mighty hack from Cook there on a fastball. Swings through it for strike 2. So 3 balls, 2 strikes now, full count. Runner at first here with 1 out. See if they start the runner here in an effort to stay out of the double play. Mike McKay, the leadoff hitter in the on-deck circle. Ironmen need 1 here. There he goes. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. And they will allow Mawson to steal second base without a throw. So Cook strikes out for out number 2. Yes, there will be a break between game 2. We will let you know how long that break will be when they let us know. So here's McKay. McKay reached on an error his last time. He's 0 for 3. Again, I don't like just allowing Molson to pick up the 90 feet there without a throw. That's the tying run that now dumps something into the outfield here, and it's a 3-3 ball game. And that's a slider from Nason in there for a strike. McKay, and if it gets that far, Keating. And Molson's going to steal that one. He was in a full sprint by the time Nason even let go of the ball. Steals that one with absolute ease. He stole that one on the pitcher. So 2 stolen bases now for Molson. Well, they may call the first one defensive indifference. We'll see. And that ball is down. 2 balls, 1 strike now to McKay. And they have 3-0 on the scoreboard here, but it's actually 2-1. That is ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike is the count here with 2 out. Molson 90 feet away. With Keating in the on-deck circle. And that is ball 4. So Nason has now walked 2 here in the inning. And that'll bring Chris Keating to the dish. The Ironmen have had 9 runners on base in this game. They only have 3 hits. And 2 of those hits have come via the man that is about to step into the batter's box. Keating with a home run back in the first inning, an absolute no-doubter over the Irish Festival sign in right field. His next time up, he had a base hit. Last time up, he lined out hard to right fielder Devin Thomas. So he has hit the ball hard every time. And now runners on first and third, and you've got options. Obviously, McKay, no stranger to a swiped bag over at first. Do you start him here? See how Saint John reacts? We will see some heated discussion going on in the press box here on whether or not we're going to send the runner. Let's find out. He's not going first pitch in that. Way inside. Again, Legier was set up outside there, and Nason almost hit Keating with that slider. So Nason battling some control problems. Here, he falls behind 1-0. There goes the runner, and that is on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Legier doesn't even think about second base. So again, we'll see. That could also be defensive indifference. But now we have runners at second and third. And first base open here if they want to be careful with Keating. And they won't be, and that is popped into right. Thomas didn't get a great break on it, but he will get there. And once again, the Ironmen strand runners in scoring position. This time second and third. So after 6 complete, the score, St. John 3, Ironmen 2.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Did you know we have happy hours 7 days a week from 3 to 6 p.m.? Come on by for a drink and a snack. We also have wing night every Thursday from 5 to 10 p.m. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
And as a reminder, folks, this is just the first of 2 games here today. So if you're watching from home, hey, why not throw the kids in the car and take a run up to Ironman Heat Field here for the second game? Why not stop by O'Donoghue's for a nice cold one on the way? Please drink responsibly and drive safely, of course. But we are going to have a second game here today, but we still got to figure out what we're going to do with this one as we go to the 7th inning.
Leading off for St. John, number 46, Zach Allen.
Zach Allen's going to lead it off here. He's been on base twice. Allen having himself a good little day here. He's 1 for 1 with a single, a walk, an RBI, and 2 stolen bases. There is a bouncer to first, and Leggett is going to get it and make the play. So that is out number 1 as Alain's retired, 3 unassisted. That'll turn it back over to the top of the order now for Matt Beach, who's over 3. Beach has struck out twice and flown out to center field. Matchett has done a pretty bang-up job here. The only base runner he's allowed was on a hit by pitch. He hit Devin Thomas and then promptly picked him off. And there is a liner into center. So, of course, I cursed him immediately. And that is going to be into center field. And that is going to be a 1-out double. And that is going to be a error as well. So, a defensive blunder there from the Ironman as that ball sails in from McKay, touched by nobody. So that will be a double and an error. And Beach has some pretty key insurance here. Is at third base with 1 out. That's going to be a hard error on Mike McKay, but his throw gets away, and the Ironmen are going to bring the infield in here. And that's outside for a ball. Again, that's just a play where McKay airmails the cutoffs, and there was no secondary backup. So Beach takes third on that error. That is outside for ball 2. Hill is 0 for 3, has struck out swinging all 3 times. And there is a bouncer to first. Oh, and so they are going to get the out at first. So a great play from Leggett. Unfortunately, he made a great stab of that hard ball. Beach had broke for home. Leggett unable to get it out of the glove. So that's actually going to be Hill is going to be retired 3-4 as Mawson picked up the ball and stepped on the bag for out number 2. And Hill will be credited with an RBI. So a 3-4, not something you see every day if you're scoring that one at home. A 3-4 ground out and an RBI. That one, lookout. So that'll bring up Legier. Legier is 1 for 2 with a single, a walk, and a stolen base. He lined out to left field as last time. So again, that is a very, very huge insurance run for the Alpines. That is high and tight for a ball. 2-0 here with 2 out. And again, if Leggett able to get up and get that out of his glove, and I think they're going to appeal that, and they're going to say no. So 3-0 here to Legier. Again, I think if Leggett's able to come up with that cleanly, they probably have a rundown between third and home as Beach had broke. Again, a very hard hit ball. Great play from Leggett to get a glove on it, and that's ball 4. So Matchett walks Legier on 4 pitches.
Now batting for Saint John number 5, Devin Thomas.
So that'll bring Devin Thomas to the plate. McKay out for a quick visit here to the mound. Looking ahead to the Ironman in the bottom of the 7th, it's going to be the 3-4-5. Watkin, Walsh, and Leggett are the scheduled hitters. But they got to get out of this inning here first. The Alpines have scored 1 to make it 4-2. And looking for more. Thomas in the game has been on base 3 times. He's 1 for 1 with a 2-run home run, a hit by pitch, and a walk. Last time up, he was hit by a pitch and then got picked off with a bit of a base running adventure over at first base. Matchett has thrown 4 straight balls here. There's a swing and a miss. And of course, why did I put ball? Because I'm an idiot. There we go. 1-1 is the count here. Runner going. And that is high and away, and I don't think they're going to have a chance here. That runner was stole on the pitcher. So Legier with a swipe. That is a ball. 3-1 now. And that is a free pass. So Matchett has lost the strike zone here. And now we're going to get a visit from Ironman coach Terry Leggett. Our assumption is the Alpines are going to throw import Luke McCullough here in game 2, which would be his New Brunswick Senior Baseball League debut, I believe. Ironmen are going to be countering with Zach Newman. So 2 on and 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Matt Dignam's going to step in here. Dignam is 0 for 3, has struck out twice, and lined out to left field. Matchett battling some control issues here, trying to get out of here with the game 4-2. Again, the Alpines have added 1 here in the inning, and that is inside for ball 1. Nothing doing in the bullpen here for either team, so Matchett's going to have to figure it out here. Again, with the very little bit that he's thrown this year, this being his 3rd inning of work, starting to show signs of fatigue. And that is ball 3, and that is not particularly close either. If you're the Ironman here, you hate to try to fire somebody up to get 1 out, but that is the scenario they are in here. And that is in there for a strike. So 3-1 here. And you got a guy at the dish who's 0 for 3. Lay one in there and let your defense make a play for you. Here comes a 3-1. And that is a swing and a miss strike 2 as Dignam waved at what probably was ball 4. So now full count, 2 out here. Runners will be on the move. And he went around. They're going to say he did, as the home plate umpire says he went around. So Matchett does battle out of it with a strikeout. So that is going to do it. So the Ironmen will have one last kick at the can here. The Alpines pick up a run in the top of the 7th. So they have a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 7th here. They lead 4-2. Last kick at the can here for the Ironmen. So we go to the bottom of the 7th here. The Ironmen down a couple. It's going to be Jeff Watkin to lead it off here. Watkin has been on base all 3 times. 1 for 1 with a single, a stolen base, and 2 walks. The Ironmen have stranded 9 runners on base. It has been their Achilles heel here today. 2 of which have been stranded at third, 3 stranded at second. They had a chance to get to Hayden Dow, but he was able to buckle down with runners in scoring position. So the Ironmen here with Watkin, Walsh, and Leggett against Matt Nason, who did battle some control demons here in his first inning. And that's a slider in there for strike 1. Again, Nason had a couple of walks, got runners to second and third, but was able to get out of it. And that is away for a ball. Again, we are going to have a second game here today. The expected pitching matchup, Zach Newman against Alpines import Luke McCullough. And that is going to be a hit by pitch. So Watkin on base for the 4th time. A hit by pitch. 2 walks and a single. So here comes Logan Walsh. Logan has not had a good day so far. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, but what better time than him to turn it around than right here? And that one goes all the way to the screen. I'll tell you what, that is a pass ball. Legier's got to have that one, 100%. He just not nonchalantly tried to get the glove up for that high fastball, and that goes to the screen. Again, you're not concerned about Watkin in this case if you're the Alpines, other than the fact that that 90 feet takes away the double play. There are nobody out, and some very capable hitters coming up here, and that's outside for ball 2. So again, Nason, I don't have his exact pitch count here, but I'd be venturing to say he's thrown more balls than strikes in his outing here so far. And Walsh taking a hack there at the 2-0. And now, just in case for the Ironmen, Zach Goss is warming up down in the bullpen. Again, that's just in case the Ironmen able to tie the game here, and it continues. And there's a swing and a miss, foul tip into the glove, strike 2. Oh, no, not into the glove as Legier unable to hang on. Either way, it's a foul ball. Leggett and Tyler McKay, the scheduled hitters, after Walsh here. And there is a foul ball at the plate as Walsh stays alive. The Ironmen here, I think it would be an understatement to say they are in desperate need of a hit with a runner in scoring position here today. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the count. And there is a liner into center, and that is going to fall in front of Beach. Well, there it is. That is a hit with a runner in scoring position, I guess. Ask and ye shall receive. And just like that, the Ironmen have runners at the corners here with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. So Logan Walsh now at first base representing the tying run. Nick Leggett at the plate representing the winning run. Needless to say, Mr. Dignam, we could use another hit with runners in scoring position. Dig has the rally cap on here in the press box, folks. Nothing wrong with a little rally cap. I'm not going to do mine now because the rally has already somewhat started, so. 0-1 here to Leggett. Legier looking outside. That is a little slider that Leggett fouls off. Oh. That one went right through that giant hole in the net right there. Off the roof. So Leggett now in the hole here, 0-2. And that is down and away for a ball as Nason tries to get him to chase. Leggett not having it. One ball, two strikes here. Nobody out in the bottom of the seventh. Ironman with runners on the corners. Nason comes set. He got the one he wants. There is a fly ball, first base side. That will stay in play, and Galbraith will make the out. So Leggett pops out into foul territory for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Tyler McKay. McKay's 0-2 in the ball game. Has a walk, a ground out, and a strikeout. And we will see here if the Ironmen start to try to get something going on the ground again, trying to stay out of the double play, try to move the Alpines fielders around a little bit. And that is right there for strike one. I don't know if McKay didn't like that call or more upset at himself that he took it. Again, the bottom of the strike zone has been a point of contention for the pretty much entirety of this ball game. 0-1 here. The Ironmen have 2 runs on 3 hits. There's a swing and a miss by McKay for strike 2. So he took a big hack at that curveball. So down the hole here, 0-2. Watkin is the runner over at third after he was hit by a pitch. Advanced to second on a pass ball and advanced to third on a bloop single by Logan Walsh that he had to hold up on, so no chance of scoring. And that is high and away for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes here. And that ball is fouled off as McKay stays alive. Julio Hernandez is next in the on-deck circle for the Ironmen. Again, the Alpines do have a pitcher in the bullpen, but he's out there alone and not throwing to anybody. So just in case of the just in case, I guess. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to McKay with 1 out. And that's outside for a ball. That'll run it 2-2. Tense moments here. Do not change the channel, folks. 2-2, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. The Ironmen have the tying run at first, the go-ahead run at the dish against Matt Nason in relief of Hayden Dow. And that ball is in the dirt, and Walsh is going to pick up the 90 feet. So Legier able to block it, but Walsh very, very quickly took off for second. Again, you could hear before the at-bat started, Watkin telling Logan Walsh across the diamond, anything in the dirt. Now the double play is off, and the count is full here to McKay. Full count, 1 out. Ironman with runners at second and third. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. McKay with a healthy hack there, but he will go down. So the Ironmen are down to their last out. And that will bring up their import, Julio Hernandez. And we will see if he gets the free pass, or I can't see them giving him a free pass with him representing the winning run. And then he's going to pitch to him. So Watkins at third, Walsh is at second, Hernandez at the dish. 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. There's a big hack from Julio at a curveball for strike 1. Hernandez is 0 for 3 in the game. He reached on a fielder's choice and an error, has scored a run. And that's right there for strike 2. So now the Ironmen are down to their last strike. as Matt Nason looking to pick up what would safely be a stressful 6-out save. Here it comes. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Nason able to do the job, and the Alpines win game 1 here by a final score of 4-2. Hayden Dow will pick up the win, his second win of the season. Again, Matt Nason will go 2 innings for the save. Jamie Walls will be hung with the loss in his season debut. And the second game here will be starting at 5 p.m. Atlantic time, so about 40 minutes. So the final here from game 1, the Alpines 4 and your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 2. We will see you in about 40 minutes for game 2. Welcome back, folks, as we are ready to start game 2 here of our doubleheader. For those of you just tuning in, the Alpines picked up a hard-fought 4-2 victory here in game 1. And as you can see, the Ironmen sending Zach Newman to the hill here. In game 2, Newman will be making his second appearance of the season. His first time out, he threw 3 innings, allowed a couple of runs, walked away with a no decision. He's going to be matched up against Alpine's import Luke McCullough, who's going to be making his debut here in the game. Some changes to both lineups. Let's talk about the defense for the Ironmen first. Outfield left to right, Jake Cook in left, Zach Goss in center, and Andrew Langtang in right field. Infield, we have Logan Walsh at third, Chris Keating at short, Charlie Mawson at second, and Gary Hale playing first base. And Watkin will catch the second game here. So away we go as the ball's down to second, and we're going to get it started up. Lineup for the Alpines here: Matt Beach, Connor Hill, Mark Legier, Devin Thomas. Cole Flowers going to get a start here in the second game. Ryan Galbraith, Matt Peacock, Ryan Van Snick, and Hayden Dow, who picked up the win here in game number 1. So Matt Beach is going to step in here to start off the second game. Beach was 1 for 4 in game 1. He had a double and a run scored. He's going to jump in here, thank you, Dig, to start game 2. There's a curveball that goes high for ball 1. See what I had in mind here. Wow, just that way I don't have to bend over as far. Back's hurting from the first game. Complaining me here. Here comes the 1-1 from Newman. And that is a hard hit ball high and deep to left at the track, at the wall. That one is out of here. Matt Beach with a leadoff home run, and it's 1-0 Alpines. That ball, a no-doubter, way out of here into the screen in left field, up above the Bear Co-op sign, or Bear Credit Union sign, my apologies. So just like that, first batter of the game, and the Alpines, for the second straight game, have a first-inning home run, and it's 1-0. Here's Connor Hill stepping in. That one is high for a ball. Game 1, Hill was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and an RBI groundout. That's in there for a strike. 1-1. So again, the Ironmen looking to salvage a split here. Will be in tough against the Alpines import, who again making his New Brunswick Senior Baseball League debut. That's over the inside part of the plate for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. Hill going to be playing short here again in game 2. And that is right there for strike 3. As Hill didn't like that one. But he will go down looking for the first out of the game. 4th time Connor Hill has struck out today. So that'll bring up Mark Legier. He was on base 3 times in the first game. A couple walks and a single, a stolen base. And that is down for a ball. Legier going to DH here. Caught the first game. Going to get a chance to take half a game off here in DH game number 2. And that is right there for a strike. One ball, 1 strike here. Here comes from Newman, and that is high for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike here. So after that game, the Alpines have improved their season record to 3-1 now. The Ironmen fall just under 500 at 3-4, looking to claw back up. And there is a big swing and a miss from Legier. So evens count 2-2. That is high for a ball as Newman tries to go some off speed, runs it full. The Ironmen have a couple of games upcoming this week. Wednesday night, they will travel to Moncton for a rescheduled rainout, 7:30 at Kiwanis Park. There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So after the home run, Newman battles back with a couple of Ks. The next time we will be live is Thursday night as the Islanders are in town. Note the special time, 8 p.m. start with the Islanders coming over. So we'll be live here next Thursday night, 8 p.m. start. The first place Islanders will be here. That's high for a ball to Devin Thomas. The Ironmen with a busy week as they play those 2 games. Then they travel to Saint John for a doubleheader down the southern part of the province next Saturday. So these teams going to be seeing a bit of each other here over the next little while. Here comes the 1-0 from Newman. That's right at the bottom of the strike zone. St. John has a bit of an off spell here. They go to Fredericton Friday night for a 7:30 start on Baseball Hill, and then the aforementioned doubleheader against the Ironmen next Saturday. And that is a hard hit to second, and Malson is going to come up with it. So that'll end it. Matt Beach leads off the game with a home run for the Alpines. So after a half inning, it's St. John 1, Chatham coming to the plate. So as the Alpines take the field here for game 2, let's take a look at their defense in the outfield. It's Hayden Dow in left, Matt Beach in center, and Matt Peacock in right. Across the infield, Ryan Galbraith, who played first base last game, moved to third this game. Connor Hill remains at short. Cole Flowers is going to play second. Devin Thomas moves in from right field to first. Ryan Van Snick is going to handle the catching duties here. The Alpine starter is, again, making his first appearance. Import Luke McCullough. Ironman lineup, Mike McKay, the DH, is leading off. Chris Keating, Jeff Watkin, Jake Cook, and Logan Walsh. Top half of the lineup with Charlie Mulson, Zach Goss, Gary Hale, and Andrew Langtang rounding it out. So here's Mike McKay. Mike was 0 for 3 in the first game. He had a walk, a stolen base, and reached on an error. So here we go, bottom of the first inning. And their first look at the hard-throwing Luke McCullough. And that is high and tight. Wow. Introducing himself with some wild authority. 1 ball, no strikes here. And there is high and away for a ball as well.
That is high for ball 3. So McCullough still looking for his first strike. McCullough was a pitcher for Division I NCAA team Villanova. There's in there for a strike. According to his baseball jobs overseas page, he sits low 90s with the heater. There's a foul ball. Mike gets a piece there to run it full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. This past year at Villanova, he was 5-2 with a 4.06 ERA and had 57 strikeouts in 77 and 2/3 innings. Again, Division I college baseball prospect. And that is nubbed into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Devin Thomas using every inch of that 6'5" frame to try to get up there and get it, but unable to. So just like that, the Ironmen have a runner on. So Mike McKay with a single, and that'll bring up Keats. Keats had a very good first game here. He was 2 for 4 with a home run and a single. Had a hard-hit line out in there as well. Has hit the ball hard every time today. And that is inside the dirt. And that is going to allow Mike to move up to second. That one inside and spiked in the batter's box past Van Snick all the way to the screen. A 1-0 here to Keats. And that is outside for a ball. So McCullough having a hard time finding it here early. Again, we were very dialed into his bullpen warm-up session here, just seeing what he had. And that is a mighty hack by Keats, fouled back. But he's right on it. Again, we saw him throw fastball changeup in the bullpen. Assuming he probably has some sort of slider curveball as well, but we have not seen that as of yet. See if we get one here in a 2-ball, 1-strike count to Chris Keating. There it comes. And that is in the dirt. 3-1. So again, he's gone to 3-ball counts on both hitters here. He brought it back full to McKay before McKay looped a single into right field. 3-1 here now to Keating. That one's popped up in front of the plate, and Van Snick will make the play. So Keating pops out to the catcher for out number 1. So here's Watkin. Watkin reached base all 4 times here in game 1. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and a single. He also had a stolen base in there. And there goes Mike, and a throw down to third, and he is safe as Galbraith unable to come up with it. Mike had it stolen, I believe, anyway. So that'll be a stolen base for Mike McKay. 1-0 is the count here to Watkin as that ball was low and in. Game 2 of the doubleheader here. Mike working out something over at third there. I think he might have just jammed his knee there sliding in. Small mini collision there with the third baseman Ryan Galbraith, but anyway, all good. So 1 ball, no strikes is the count to Watkin here. And again, not to harp on runners in scoring position, but here we are. And that is on the outside corner for a strike. The Ironmen had stranded 11 runners on in the first game, 7 of them in scoring position, 3 of them at third base. Third base and 1 out here. You got to Alpines are playing back. Put something in play here and pick up this run. And that is high for a ball. That looked like a pretty good pitch, but unfortunately, I think Van Snick's inability to squeeze that ball might have hurt his starter there. So again, if you're Jeff Watkin here, just get something out over the plate and put the ball on the ground. Pick up this run. Good swing there. And oh no. Jeff comes up a little lame there on his right leg. Not sure if maybe he tweaked something there. And I tell you what, the first couple games that we've watched here this season, the infield being redone here, we have seen some, I don't want to say footing issues, but we have seen a few people, especially around the batter's box, take some weird swings. I'm not sure if maybe, we're still breaking in this new dirt here. And that is high and tight for a ball. That'll run it full. So another full count here. And again, we haven't had a whole lot of rain here lately. It has been very dry, so very dusty in the infield. So we'll see. Keep an eye on Watkin here as the game progresses. Here comes the 3-2. And that is ball 4. So Watkin has been on base all 5 times he has come up to the plate today. And that'll bring up Jake Cook. Cook pinch hit in the first game, the 6th inning, in place of Garrick Hale, struck out. He's playing left field here, starting game 2. So runners at the corners here with 1 out for the Ironman. And that is outside for a ball. So McCullough has had to work very hard here in this first inning. 3 full counts. And again, if you are the Ironman, put a ball in play. Big hole on the right side here. And that is right there for a strike. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Cook. Cook on the season hitting .300 with 3 runs. And that is high for a ball. So again, the Ironman really making McCullough work here. He has not shown a whole lot of command over the strike zone early. Two balls, 1 strike here. 1 out. Runners at the corners. There's a mighty hack from Cook there. Had a high fastball and waves at it for strike 2. Full or 2-2 here. Again, 1 out. McKay's over at third after a walk. And that is a ball into left field. That's going to do it. That's exactly what you need. Put the ball in play, and that'll be a sac fly, and the Ironmen tie the baseball game. So again, that's exactly what you need right there. Runner at third, less than 2 out. Stick the ball out, or stick the bat out, drive something into the outfield, and that is a sac fly RBI for Jake Cook. And this is a 1-1 ball game now. So Logan Walsh is going to step in here, looking to turn around his fortunes here in game 2. 1 for 4 in game 1 with 3 strikeouts, and he did have a bloop single to center there in the 7th. That's in there for a strike. As we see a tidy little slider there from McCullough. So Watkin over at first here now with 2 out. 1-1 is the score. There's a big swing from Walsh there. And it is strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes. McCullough trying to work around a couple of walks here. And he will as Walsh goes down. But the Ironmen do cash in a run here in the bottom of the first. So after an inning of play, it is your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. The Saint John Alpines 1 on O'Donoghue's Ironman Baseball Live. Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Our beautiful back patio is open and dogs are welcome. We even have a special O'Don's Irish Pup menu for your furry friend. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donohue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the second inning here. It's going to be Flowers, Galbraith, and Peacock for the Alpines. As Newman comes back out again, he gave up a solo home run in the top of the first, but the Ironmen have answered back with a run of their own. So Cole Flowers is going to jump in here. Flowers 1 for 6 on the season. Again, did not play in the first game here today. That's there for strike one. Little change up there from Newman. Here comes the 0-1. And that is another changeup and a liner to Charlie Mawson. So the second inning starts the same way the first inning ended with an L4. And that's a quick out. So Galbraith's going to step in here. Was 1 for 3 in the first game with a single. Thrown out trying to stretch that single into a double. That is a hard hit ball into left. Langtang or Cook is back. He's going to play that off the wall, and we'll see. And the Alpines bench with a very collective and loud whoa as Galbraith came around first base. So that will be a single. So that'll be a base hit for Galbraith. Again, a very collective, concerted effort to keep him to first base. That'll bring up Peacock. Peacock was 1 for 3 in the first game, had a single and a run scored. So one out here in the top of the second. Newman going to try to get a ground ball here. A little Charlie to Chris to Gehrig play. Oh, there's a bounder. That is a ground ball, but it is foul and into the tube that contains the tarp. So Newman ahead here, 0-1. Newman comes set. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that is in the dirt. That was a 58-foot curveball. Nice block there by Jeff. Moves the count to 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. That is popped up back this way for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Peacock. And that is hit hard into center. Goss, a long run, and he will make the play. So Peacock flies out to center field for out number 2. And here comes the catcher, Van Snick. Again, Van Snick played second base the first game. Made an error that contributed to an unearned run against Hayden Dow's record. Now back behind the plate here for game 2. First pitch from Newman, and that's hit up the middle. Mawson with a great play there. Put a star next to that one as he makes a little flip over to Chris Keating. And that'll end the inning, 4-6 fielder's choice. So nothing across for the Alpines in the top of the second, 1.5 in the books. And it's your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 1, the Saint John Alpines 1. Here on O'Donoghue's Ironman Baseball Live. So we go to the bottom of the second here. So after making a great play to end the top of the second, Charlie Mawson's going to lead it off here in the bottom of the second. Mawson was a pinch hitter in the first game in place of Tyrell Hebert. He walked and then stole 2 bags and was stranded at third base in the 6th inning. So here comes McCullough, and Mawson dumps that into center, and Beach makes a nice play out there. So a bit of a sinking liner there from Mawson. But a nice play out in center for out number 1. Here's Zach Goss. That's high and away for a ball. Goss did not appear in game number 1. He's 1 for 6 on the season with a run scored. Again, those stats not including last night's game in Fredericton. That's on the outside part for a strike. And Goss tries to get one down here and fouls it off. So 1 ball, 2 strikes here. And that is high and away for the 1-2. So that runs it to 2-2. A beautiful afternoon here at Ironman Field. The weather has held pretty steady. 17, 18 degrees. The sun's been shining. And that's a foul ball. And oh, that one up high. That one was a foul ball off the catcher. And then that one caught every bit of what appears to be the collarbone of home plate umpire Brian Cummings. We're going to check on him here. Yeah, he caught that up in the collarbone area. We're going to get a little bit of a huddle here for a minute. And again, folks, as somebody who has been in that position and has umpired at this level, I can tell you that hurts like hell. There is really nowhere to go. And I'll tell you, Brian himself, I once gave him a hard time about the price he paid for his helmet. And he said, listen, you'll appreciate the price that it costs when you wear one. So that's why they wear the gear that they wear, and it looks like we're going to be good to go here. Again, he caught that one up kind of in the collarbone region. But we're going to get back in here. So Just a quick little break. Glad to see that Brian's okay. So 2-2 here. 1 out here in the bottom of the second. And that is high and away for ball 3. Another full count from McCullough. And that is ball 4. Second free pass issued here by McCullough in the ball game is a full count walk with 1 out here to Zach Goss. And we're going to get a little visit here from Van Snick. Just, hey, probably gave him one of those, hey, just you and me here. Hit the glove. See how that works out. Gary Hale's going to jump in here. Hale, it started the first game, was 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. And he's playing first base here in game 2. And that is high and, oh, wow. Okay. Right there for strike 1, I guess. Looked a little high and tight, but Hale swings at that one in on the fists. He's quickly in the hole here, 0-2. Here comes the 0-2. Runner going. That's foul ball, tip into the glove, and he's going to be safe at second. So Hale strikes out, swinging. For out number 2, Goss has a stolen base. Who won the first game? Saint John did 4-2. So here's Andrew Lantang. That is high and tight for ball 1. Lantang also not appearing in the first game. 0 for 2 on the season at the dish. Playing right field for the Ironman here in game 2. That is, oh, baby, that was way up and away. Van Snick did a very good job to get the webbing of his glove on that one. That had backstop written all over it. 2 balls, no strikes here. That is down and inside for ball 3. Top of the order looming here for the Ironman as Mike McKay's on deck. 3-0 is the count here to Andrew Lantang. That's right down Broadway for a strike. Tang taking all the way here. Poke a little something in the gap here and get on his horse. And that's right there for strike 2. Tang taking all the way again. So another full count here for McCullough. 3-2, 2 out. Runner at second. And that's a foul ball back. Love that. So we're going to get another full count pitch here. 3-2, 2 out. And that is popped out of play as McCullough goes to the curveball there with a full count, trying to change it up a little bit. The Lantang spoils it. So still a full count, 2 out here. Goss the runner out at second after a walk and a stolen base. And that's inside for ball 4. So a good at bat there from Andrew Lantang. Great at bat there, and that'll bring McKay back to the plate. So McKay singled, stole a base, and scored a run in the first inning. And now bats here with 2 out and 2 on here in the second. And that is in the dirt. Van Snick with a great job there to block that one. There's a mighty hack from McKay there, but he's late on the fastball for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Here comes the pitch, and that is outside for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike here. And that is on the outside part of the plate for strike 2. So 2-2, 2 out here, 2 on, 1-1 score here, bottom of the second inning. Mike McKay at the dish. Zach Goss, the runner at second. Andrew Langtang, the runner at first. Both reached via the free pass. Here it comes, and that is right there for strike 3 called. So McKay goes down looking. So the Ironmen strand a couple on here in the second. After 2 innings, the score, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen won. The Alpines won.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Did you know we have happy hours 7 days a week from 3 to 6 p.m.? Come on by for a drink and a snack. We also have wing night every Thursday from 5 to 10 p.m. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the third. It's going to be the number 9 hitter, Hayden Dow, leading off here. So Dow, the winning pitcher here in the first game, was DH for. I'll tell you what, he's got a nice batting glove combo here, a little Carolina blue, and that's high and tight for ball 1. And Dow playing right field here in game 2. And that is a hard hit ball high and deep to right field. And that is going to get by Goss. And Lang with a throw back in. So that'll be a double for Hayden Dow. Not sure what that celly was at second base, but you know what? I'll allow it. Looked like a little uppercut there. Nice piece of hitting there. Drove the ball in the gap. Again, Goss unable to get there. Ball skipped a little by, which allowed Dow to go to second. So just like that, leadoff man's on. We're back up to Matt Beach, who led off the game with a home run. And that is off the end of the bat into center. Goss able to get up with it and tries to throw behind the runner. So that'll be F8 for the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up Connor Hill. He struck out looking his first time. So a hard hit ball off the end of the bat from Beach there, but right at the center fielder Goss. So now we go 1 out and 1 on. That's a hard hit ball on the ground. Runner's going to go to third. Keating will go to first. He had thoughts of going to third, thought better of it. First at bat in 7 years. According to the YouTube chat, that was Hayden's first AB in 7 years. Well, he made her count with a double. Now he's at third after the 6-3 ground out. Wow. Thank you for that, Roy. Appreciate the info. So that'll bring up Legier, who struck out his first time. And that is high for ball 1. So 2 out here. Again, Dow's at third after a double and advancing to third on a ground out. Again, Keating had thoughts of going to third, but went to first for the sure out. There's a big hack there from Legier.
1-1's the count here. Newman with a long look in for the one he wanted. And that misses high for a ball. Having seen Newman here over the years, when he's fighting it a little bit, that tends to be where he misses, which is up. And that ball is hit high and deep to left field. That one is way up into the screen. Mark Legier puts a charge into that one. And it is 3-1 Alpines. That was an absolute no-doubter. No doubter. So a 2-run home run for Mark Legier. And it is 3-1. So here Devin Thomas swings through that one for strike one. So the home run has been the name of the game here today. That is the 4th home run hit here today. 3 of them hit by the Alpines. Legier, Thomas, and Matt Beach. Chris Keating with one for the Ironmen. And that's in there for a strike. So quickly 0-2. Or 1-2, sorry. My apologies. That is fouled away. Count remains 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Thomas. And that is fly ball down the left field line. Walsh has room, and he's not able to get there. That was a very long run. And that one falls harmlessly to the ground. Who do I think will pitch Wednesday night in Moncton? No clue. That is one of those things that is far above my pay grade. I could speculate. Could be Julio. We'll see. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. But the damage is done. A 2-run home run from Mark Legier. And that makes it a 3-1 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. So we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning here. Ironman down 3-1. It's going to be Chris Keating to lead it off here for the red side. Luke McCullough back out for his third inning of work. Looked impressive so far. Has definitely battled some control problems. Has allowed only the 1 hit, which was a leadoff single to Mike McKay. But he has also walked 3. Does have 3 strikeouts as well. And Keating pops that one up in the air, and that's going to be out. So 2 innings in here. McCullough is allowed to run on a hit, 3 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Alpines have 3 runs on 4 hits. Here comes the 0-1. And that is down and away for a ball. Good tracking there by Keats, as that one was very handy. A call the ball by the home plate umpire. Here comes the 1-1. And that is hit to left field, right at
the left fielder, Hayden Dow, and he makes the play. So the first batter is retired here. So that'll bring up Watkin, who walked his first time. That is down for ball one. Again, McCullough definitely has some electric stuff. Again, through these first couple innings, he has let it get away from it at times, but the Ironmen have not made him pay. Kind of a similar story we saw to the first game, right? There were moments in that first game where they had Hayden Dow and Matt Nason on the ropes, and they just could not cash in. But here in the second game, again, a sac fly in the first inning, going in the right direction. That ball is hit high and hard to left field. That's going to be off the wall. Watkin is going to round first, and he is going to make a big turn, and now he's in trouble, and he is back to first safely. So Watkin hits that one off the wall with a thunderous sound and is able to scoot back to first. So Watkin, what was that? What was that? So Watkin has yet to be retired in 6 plate appearances here today. So here comes Jake Cook. That is down for ball one. Again, Watkin in this game is 1 for 1 with a single and a walk, and he was 1 for 1 in the first game with 2 walks and a hit by pitch. So 6 plate appearances on the day for Watkin. He's been on base 6 times. And Cook with a mighty swing there, but fouls it away. We're investigating potential UFO here next to the press box. That was a little floater there from McCullough that stays high. 2 balls and 1 strike to Cook. And that is hit high in the air to left. Dow is tracking it underneath it, and he makes the play. So second fly out to left in the game in the inning. And Watkin will still be at first with 2 down for Logan Walsh. Walsh struck out his first time here in game 2. Looking to make something happen here with 2 out and a runner on. That's on the outside part of the plate, but a little high. Called ball 1. Walsh has been fighting it a little bit today. Again, he had that bloop single to center in the 7th inning of game 1. That's right there for a strike. Otherwise, he's gone down via the K 4 times. Perfect time here to drive something through the right side and keep the train moving here for Charlie Mawson. That is popped up in the infield. That's going to be a tough play. Everybody converges on it, and it is Connor Hill that eventually pulls it down. That could have been a dangerous situation, but crisis averted. The Ironmen get a runner on and no more as Watkin with a loud single to left. 3 innings in the books here. It is the Saint John Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1 on O'Donoghue's Ironman Baseball Live.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Come by and try one of our new menu favorites, the tot of the morning to you. Mayo, lettuce, tomato, egg, bacon, cheese, and 2 tater tot rings, all on a brioche bun served with home fries. How can you pass that up? We have brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. until noon. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the fourth inning here. Zach Newman back out for his fourth inning of work. He has allowed 3 runs on 4 hits, 2 big ones. A Matt Beach leadoff home run in the first, then here in the third, Mark Legier with a 2-run home run. Otherwise, Newman has been pretty solid. He's been very handy, has 3 strikeouts, no walks allowed. It'll be Cole Flowers here. Cole Flowers lined out on the first pitch to second base his first time. That's in there for strike 1. Time is called here at home plate. And that is popped up. Back of second. Keating calls for it and makes the play. So a little pop out to short to start the inning.
Now batting for the Saint John Alpines, number 23, Ryan Galbraith, third base.
So Galbraith's going to step in here. Had a single back in the first inning. Sorry, second inning. My apologies. Bats here with 1 out in the top of the fourth. That curveball gets away from Newman. There's a foul tip into the glove. Evens count at 1-1. That's in the dirt. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here it comes. And that's fouled. So another foul tip into the glove. 2 balls, 2 strikes here. 1 out. Top of the fourth inning. This game starting to look a lot like the first game. And that is high and away for a ball. Full count. And that is flown to the right side. That's a long run for everybody. And Langton gets there and makes the play out of frame. A long run there and a nice play by the right fielder as he tracks that one down in foul territory. A very long run. So that'll bring up Matt Peacock. Flew out to center field back in the second inning here. 1 for 4 on the day. And that is high for a ball. So 1 ball, no strikes here. That is on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here in top of the fourth. That's high and inside for a ball. Here comes the 2-1. That is hit in the air to left. Cook is back, and he makes the play. So 3 up, 3 down on 3 balls in the air. Halfway home here at Ironman Field in game number 2 of this doubleheader. It is the Saint John Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironman 1. So we go to the bottom of the 4th inning here. It's going to be the 6, 7, 8 hitters for the Ironman. Mollison, Goss, Hale. Mollison lined out to center field his first time here in game 2. He's made a couple nice plays in the field, including a diving stop back in the 2nd inning. That if you are scoring at home, you should have a star next to. That one misses low and in for ball 1. And that is a 2-bouncer to first. Thomas up with it, and he'll take it himself for out number 1. Mollison grounds out 3 unassisted. So here's Goss. Goss walked and stole a base his first time. Ended up stranded at second. That is fouled back. That is low and in for a ball. Evens the count at 1-1. That is away for a ball. So 2 balls, 1 strike here. That is hit high in the air in the infield. Van Snick with a look at it, and he makes the play. Tracks it. That is caught in fair territory for out number 2. So that'll bring up Garrick Hale. Hale struck out his first time, one of McCullough's 3 strikeout victims so far. That's right down the middle for a strike. That is high and tight for a ball. Evens count of 1-1. Here comes the 1-1. That is bounded towards third. Going to be a tough play. I don't think he's going to make it. That'll be an infield single for Garrick Hale. Much to the excitement of whoever's down below the press box here. Yes. That is the 3rd hit of the game for the Ironman. That'll bring up Langtang here. He walked his first time. Real good at bat. Took an 8-pitch walk. 2 out here, top of the order looming. Langtang bunts this one down the third baseline, and that is going to stay fair. Wow. That one just stayed fair the whole way. And that is a bunt single. Hard to believe that one hung on as well as it did. That was just inside the line pretty much the whole way down. Have to get the level out and check the groundwork there on that one. So now we're back to the top of the order here. And now all of a sudden, Ironmen have 2 on and 2 out. A couple of infield singles from the bottom of the order. And McKay with a mighty hack at that one for strike 1. So an infield single by Gary Hale, a bunt single by Andrew Langtang. And that is high and tight to McKay. One ball, one strike, 2 out. Ironman down 3-1 here in the bottom of the 4th.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. If you are looking for a space to host an event, our upstairs area has seating for 40 for your grad party, baby shower, business meeting, or private party. What better way to host than in a Miramichi historic landmark with awesome food and drink? Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
There we go.
Hayden Dow, left fielder.
So Van Snick strikes out on a K 2-3. Watkin throws down to first for the first out of the inning. Sorry, guys, I had to step out of the room there for a sec. It wasn't that there was no sound. It was just I wasn't at the machine. I had to run out of the room for a minute. That is a ground ball to second. Charlie up with it and a throw over to first. So Dow is retired 4-3, and just like that, there's 2 out.
Now batting for the Saint John Alpines, number 20, Matt Beach, center field.
So back to the top of the order for Matt Beach. He's 1 for 2 in this game. Led it off with a home run. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Oh, boys, just a bit outside on that one. See if we can get there. Just testing out the replay here. There's that one. Whoa! That one got away from Newman just a little bit. That is at the bottom, just below the bottom of the strike zone there for ball 2. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. And there is a pop out of play down the right field line. Look out. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Here comes from Newman. And that is a bounder back up the middle. And Newman thought about it and then pulled back to let it go by for Keats. And that one eats him up a little bit, and that's going to be an error. So that'll be E6 and allow the inning to continue. And that is just up. Looked pretty good, but ball 1. So this will be Connor Hill. Hill's 0 for 2 in this game, has struck out looking and grounded out to short. Matt Beach is the runner over at first with 2 out here in the top of the 5th. And that is hit hard to short. And a nice play there from Keats. And he'll throw that one over to Charlie Mawson at second. And that'll do it here. Let's have a look at that one there. Another star-worthy play by Chris Keating. Oh, no. The replay didn't work. Dang it. Well, you get to see that outside curveball by Newman again. Either way, middle of the 5th inning here. And the score is the Alpines 3, the Ironmen 1. So Chris Keating's going to lead it off here in the bottom of the fifth. Sorry, we're just doing some troubleshooting here between innings. And that is in there for ball one. McCullough has looked pretty good here. He's allowed a run on 4 hits. And has struck out 3 or 4. 4. Keats down quickly here, 0-2. Again, McCullough has battled through. Again, he has lost a little bit of the control at time. Yes, St. John, this is their import, Luke McCullough. And that is outside for a ball. And McCullough thought that was strike 3. And that's a tough call over the shoulder like that. With that velocity and that movement. That is a hard hit ball to first. Thomas able to pick that one up. Great job getting his body in front. Had plenty of time to pick it up and flip it to the pitcher. So that is a 3-1 put out for number 1. So now that's not, how come that's not working? Control Shift U. The hotkeys should be Control Shift U. I frigged something up. 1-0 here to Watkin. That's outside for a ball. 2-0. Watkin has been to the plate 6 times today. He has reached base every single time. In game 2 here, he's 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. It is a beautiful, that's on the outside part of the plate. An absolutely beautiful Saturday. Couldn't ask for a better day. It's been 17, 18 degrees Celsius here the whole day. The sun has been shining pretty much the entirety of the day as well. You do see some of the shadows starting to creep in just a little bit here as we are into the 6 o'clock hour. And that is down and away for another ball. Watkin is seeing it really, really well. Couldn't ask for a better day for baseball, but we need the home side to kick it into high gear here in the latter half of this game and try to salvage a split. Here comes the 3-1. That is fouled off towards the Alpines dugout, and it will fill up the count 3-2. Here comes the full count. That is hit high in the air. Behind the plate, Van Snick has some room and will make the play. So Jeff Watkin is retired for the first time today with a pop out behind the plate that the catcher Ryan Van Snick pulls in. So that'll be 2 out now, and here's Jake Cook. Cook is 0 for 1 in this game. He's flown out to left field and had a sac fly RBI. The only run of the game for the Ironmen back in the first inning. That is high for ball 1. And that is hit high in the air. Left side. This is trouble. And Dow makes the play. So again, another potentially calamitous situation for the Alpines infielders, outfielders. They make the play. So 5 innings in the books here. It remains St. John 3, the Ironmen 1.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. Our beautiful back patio is open and dogs are welcome. We even have a special O'Don's Irish Pup menu for your furry friend. Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donohue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the top of the 6th inning here. We are motoring right along here. An hour and 15 minutes into this one. Again, we've only been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes total. It's going to be Mark Legier leading it off here. 3-4-5 here for the Alpines in the 6th. Legier, Thomas, and Flowers. Zach Newman back out, has pitched well. We are getting a bit of stir down in the Alpines bullpen as it looks like Nathan Betts is getting loose down there. And that is high for a ball. And again, that could just be, McCullough's first appearance here. I'm not sure the last time he might have pitched. That is hit high in the air to left. Cookie in, and he makes the play. Jake Cook, plenty of time to get under that one, so that's an F7 to start it off. For out number 1. Again, Newman has pitched well. He's allowed 3 runs on 4 hits. Again, those couple of home runs he's allowed to Beach and Legier, really the only damage they've had. That one is fouled away. There's a big swing and a miss there by Thomas, and he's down 0-2. So quickly 0-2 here. That is a hard hit ball into right, and that'll be a base hit. So single into right field for Devin Thomas.
Now batting the Saint John Alpines, number 2, Cole Flowers, second baseman.
Thomas has had a pretty solid day. He was 1 for 1 with a home run, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch in the first game. Now is 1 for 3 here in the second game, so he's been on base 5 times today. So 1 out and 1 on here for Cole Flowers. Flowers is 0 for 2. That's in there for strike 1. That's in the dirt. Thomas is going to take off, and they're going to have him dead to rights. And I'll tell you what, Devin Thomas has not had a good day on the base paths. He has been picked off, and now he has been caught stealing. Watkin with a nice block there. But again, Thomas tries to stretch it into a play to second, and Watkin throws him out. That one, grounder to short. So just like that, the inning is over. So they do get a runner on, but a caught stealing erases any momentum the Alpines had going there. So 5.5 innings in the books. We go to the bottom of the 6th. The score remains the same. Alpines 3, Ironman 1.
Number 14, Logan Walsh.
So we go to the bottom of the 6th here. It's Logan Walsh. Walsh, Mawson, and Goss here. As McCullough continues to fire here for the Alpines. The heck? Is this keyboard just not working? That's why. Here comes the 2-1, and that is inside. And they'll say that he went on appeal, so that'll run it to 2-2. Two balls, two strikes here. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Walsh goes down to start off the 6th inning. Fifth strikeout of the game for McCullough. Again, Betts continues to get loose. It looks like Mike McKay starting to stretch a little bit, not throwing down in the Ironman bullpen. Here's Charlie Mawson. He's 0 for 2. The line out and a ground out. That is high and away for a ball. That is right there for a strike. And that is hit high into right field, but right at the right fielder, a couple steps to his right and makes a play. Another hard hit ball for Mawson, but unfortunately nothing out of it. And quickly there's 2 out here. So that'll bring up Zach Goss now with 2 out here. Two out here at the bottom of the 6th. Ironman trail 3-1, running out of the outs here in game 2 of this doubleheader. And that is high and away for ball 1. And that is hit high and hard to right center field. Back at the track, at the wall. She's out of here. Zach Goss puts one into the right center field treat area just behind the batting cage. And just like that, it is Alpines 3, Ironman 2. Hang on to your seats, folks. Zach Goss got every bit of that one. A solo home run. And that's in there for strike 1 to Garrick Hale. That is away for a ball. Swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Ironmen once again within a run here in another 3-2 ball game. And that's right there for strike 3. So the Ironmen do get 1 back as Zach Goss goes big fly to right center field. So we go to the 7th inning. It is Alpines 3, your Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen 2.
Ironman Baseball Live is brought to you by O'Donoghue's Irish Pub. If you are looking for a space to host an event, our upstairs area has seating for 40 for your grad party, baby shower, business meeting, or private party. What better way to host than in a Miramichi historic landmark with awesome food and drink? Head on over to our website, o'donoghues.com, to check out our full menu and upcoming event schedule. O'Donoghue's, welcome to your pub.
So we go to the 7th inning here. It's going to be, where are we? 6, 7, 8 for the Alpines. Ryan Galbraith's going to lead it off here. He's 1 for 2 here in the second game, has a single. Again, Nathan Betts continuing to warm up down in the bullpen for the Alpines. Zach Newman here trying to finish what he started, as he's back out here for the 7th inning, has scattered 3 runs on 5 hits. And that is hit hard into left field. A long run for Cook and Goss. Nobody gets it. Galbraith is going to try it again, and he is going to get there this time. So Galbraith rights his previous wrongs and is able to stretch that one into a leadoff double. Now, if we look back to game 1, we went into the 7th inning with the Ironmen behind 3-2. And they gave up a run to make it 4-2, as the Alpines were able to scratch one across, as Beach had a double and then eventually scored on a infield groundout. So same situation here. Ironman trying to keep it to 1. Let's see if Peacock, have to assume he's going to be laying it down here. Nope, not at all. And that is foul. Just foul down the first baseline. No sign at all of bunting there from Peacock. Peacock is over 2 in this game. Flew out to center and flew out to left. And we're going to get time here. And it looks like we're going to get a pinch runner, as the Alpines have called time. And we are going to get a pinch runner. So Zach Alain is going to come in here to pinch run out at second base. So again, trying to put a little speed on the paths here. And I tell you, I do see Luke McCullough out stretching out in the bullpen, so I would assume that means that his day is done after 6 innings. That is popped up in the infield, but it's going to be out of play. So it's 0-2. So no sign of Peacock bunting here, so the Ironman will move back. So it looks like we will see Nathan Betts in for the save here in the 7th. 0-2 here to Peacock. And that is fouled off. Count will remain 0-2. Mike McKay is warming in the Ironman bullpen. But Zach Newman trying to finish what he started here and trying to keep this game 3-2. And there's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Poor effort swing there on a curveball well outside. Peacock was looking for something else. So now Van Snick will step in here with 1 out. Van Snick is over 2 here in the second game. He grounded out into a fielder's choice and struck out his last time. So again, the Ironmen trying to keep this a 3-2 ball game. They have the 9-1-2 spots coming up here in the 9th. And that is a high fly ball to left. Back at the track. Cook up with it, and he will get it back in. That one was every bit of right in front of the wall, as Jake Cook had to go back clear to the Jean Coutu sign. So that is a long F7 by Van Snick. And now it'll be Hayden Dow. Hayden Dow is 1 for 2 here in the game. He has a double and a run scored, grounded out to second in his last time. 2 out here in the top of the 7th. Newman trying to go the distance here for the Ironman. And that hits him up in the head. And Dow seemed to enjoy that. Guys, a little bit of a curveball that got away from Newman there. So that'll be a hit by pitch. And the danger there is now you have turned it back over to the top of the order. And we're going to get a visit here from Ironman pitching coach Terry Leggett.
So looking for the three pizza folks, number 6626077.
So we're going to get a visit from the pitching coach here. And again, top of the order, Matt Beach is 1 for 3 in this game, has a home run, reached on an error his last time. He was 1 for 4 in the first game with a double and a run scored. So a couple hits on the day here for Beach in 7 trips. And a critical situation here for the Chatham Miramichi Honda Ironmen. They trail 3-2 in the top of the 7th. Again, trying to eliminate their mistakes from earlier today where they allowed a 4th run to score. Although it didn't come back to haunt them as they failed to put across a run in the bottom of the 7th. But you'd much rather go into the bottom of the 7th needing 1 than needing 2. So, and again, some instructions here delivered. And now Newman is back in here and comes set. And that is on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. And have to assume that we will probably see some pinch hitters off the bench here for the Ironmen in the bottom of the 7th. Much like they did in game 1. And that is high and away. As it looks like it will be Nathan Betts on to close it out for the Alpines. One ball, one strike. Here's the count. And time is called. Watkin maybe not liking what he put down there, so the catcher calls time. We're back in. Newman's got the one he wants now, and that is fouled back for strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the count. What has been a beautiful day here. Treated to a couple of close ball games with some tense moments late in both of them. The Ironmen trying to keep this 3-2. The Alpines looking for some insurance. Here comes the 1-2 to Beach. And that is hit high in the air, but out of play down the first base side. So we will stay here at 1-2. 1-2 is the count. Scoreboard says 0-2, but it is 1-2. Here in the 7th inning of game 2. Now we're getting to the time of night 2 where the sun could start playing a bit of a factor on the left side here. And there's a curveball high and away. I know from umpiring games here, when you're on that left side, that sun does get down to a point where on a liner can play a factor. Again, still pretty early in the evening, only 6:34, so sunset not for a couple more hours. And there's a pop-up out of play. So the count remains 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the top of the 7th. 3-2 ball game. Alpines won the first game 4-2. Ironmen looking to give themselves a chance to split here in the bottom of the 7th. Need an out here any way you can. And that is low and in for a ball. So that'll run it full. Now the runners will get a head start, and you have a very speedy Zach Alain out at second base. So anything to the outfield, he most surely is going to score. Full count, 2 out here. Locked in, here we go. And that is lined back up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit. So that'll score 1. The runner will go to third. So just like the first game, the Alpines are able to pick up an insurance run in the top of the 7th, and that's going to do it for Zach Newman. As Kevin Bowes is out of the dugout, and he has seen enough.
Now batting for the Saint John Alpines, number 16,
So Alain, the pinch runner for Galbraith, comes around to score. And that'll do it for Zach Newman. He pitched a heck of a game here. He'll depart having allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. And we'll need his team to bail him out. Mike McKay is going to come in from the bullpen to try to clean this up. And then he will need his offense to pick him up here in the bottom of the 7th. So we're going to step away for a minute here while McKay warms up. It's the top of the 7th pitching change for the Ironmen here on O'Donoghue's Ironman Baseball Live. So just for everybody who's watching, wondering why nothing is happening, we have what appears to be a medical emergency out in the right field bleachers. So we're kind of at a standstill here for a moment. So just in case anybody's wondering why nothing is happening, we do have an apparent medical emergency down in the right field bleachers. So we're going to step away for a minute. And once we get back going here, hopefully everything's going to be okay out there. I do see a few Ironman players attending to the person. They've got the medical kit out there. Not quite sure what's happening down there, but we'll be back with you in a few minutes, folks, once we get back to baseball here. Okay, so we're going to get back to baseball here. Hope everything's okay down the line there. Like I said, I do see a couple of the Ironman players and staff down there treating someone who, according to what we're hearing coming up from field level, took a fall down there. Everything appears to be okay. We're going to get back to baseball here. So Mike McKay steps in, takes over here with runners at the corners and 2 out. Needing to get 1 out here and then get back on the bats. And that's down and away for ball 1. So McKay on in relief of Zach Newman here. Newman responsible for the 2 runners on. And runner going. And no throw down. And that is 2-0 now to Connor Hill. Hill is 0 for 3 in this game. Strikeout and 2 groundouts. Here comes a 2-0 from McKay, and that is bounded foul at the dish. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to the Alpine shortstop. Here comes the 2-1. That is popped up. That is going to be a very tough play. And Keating makes it over the shoulder. Put a star next to that one as Keating makes a sliding over the shoulder play to end the inning. But just like in the first game, the Alpines do score 1. A big insurance run. And they go into the bottom of the 7th with a 4-2 lead for the second time today.
After 6.5, the score is Saint John 4, Chatham Ironmen 2.
So the Alpines go to the bullpen here. They will ask Nathan Betts to come on here for the save. This will be Betts' first pitching appearance of the season. And he will look to save Luke McCullough's first New Brunswick Senior Baseball League victory. The Alpines import leaves after throwing 6 innings, allowing 2 runs on 5 hits, and striking out, I believe, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Also scattering 3 walks. So Langtang's going to lead it off here. Tang is 1 for 1 in the game with a single and a walk. Last time up, he had a bunt single. And that is right there for strike 1. Langtang and then top of the order here. The Ironmen need 2 again. That is popped out of play for strike 2. So Langtang, McKay, and Keating. Similar situation to we were in game 1. That's in the dirt. And we're going to have a conversation here. Langtang's trying to say that skipped up and hit him. Obviously, Brian Cummings did not see that. Langtang's trying to say that ball skipped up and hit him in the leg. And they're going to say it's nothing. Nobody saw anything. See if Tang was maybe not sure if he was trying to pull a fast one there or if that did skip up and maybe catch his pant leg on the way by. Either way, it's a ball. And he fights that one off. That's going to get out of play. Count remains 1-2. Listen, any way you can here. That has to be the Ironman motto. They have left a lot of runners on the base pass here today. And that is down and in for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ironmen have only gone 3 up, 3 down once all day today. And yet they have only scored 4 runs total. And that is foul. Another good at bat here from Langtang. Again, he had an 8-pitch walk back in the 2nd inning. His last time up, he laid down an absolutely beautiful bunt for a base hit that stayed right along the third baseline the whole way down. And now another great at bat here as he's fouled off a couple toughies. Here comes the 2-2 again. And that's another foul. So Tanger about to see his 8th pitch of the at bat here again. His second 8-pitch at bat of the day. And that is called strike 3. And Langtang gets himself ejected on that one, as that one is called strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. Definitely looked like it might have been a little bit in. Langtang throws his bat, which gets him tossed, and then had some non-PG-13 things to say, which is probably going to cost him a game or two. And that is down and away for a ball as well. And that is outside. So quickly 3-0 here. Betts has not been close at all here to McKay. 3 balls, no strikes. And that is high for ball 4. So the Ironmen have a base runner, which will get the tying run to the plate in the form of Chris Keating. So runner at first here now with 1 out as McKay walks on 4 pitches. Keating, who had a home run in the first game, he's 0 for 3 in this one. And that is low and in the dirt. McKay not going anywhere. Again, playing it safe here, knowing that the Ironmen need 2. If Keating can get on here, you have Jeff Watkin, who again has reached base in 6 of 7 plate appearances here today. Betts has thrown 5 straight balls. And then almost on cue, he lays one right in there. So 1 ball, 1 strike here. McKay's over at first, 1 out here in the inning. And that is trouble back of third, and that's going to be a base hit. Dignam freshly into third, replacing Galbraith over there, unable to make the play. So now, just like in the first game, the Ironmen have the winning run at the plate and the go-ahead run at first base. In the first game, they had Watkin and Walsh reach, and Leggett and McKay come to the plate as the winning run. In this situation, McKay's at second, Keating's at first, representing the tying run, and Watkin is at the dish, representing the winning run. And that is hit hard down the left field line, but foul. Again, Watkin has reached in 6 of 7 plate appearances today. The only time he was retired was his last time up when he popped up in foul territory and was tracked down by the Alpines catcher Ryan Van Snick. Betts has the one he wants, and here comes the 0-1, and that is way outside. A little floater. Should the inning continue, Jake Cook is in the on-deck circle for the Ironmen. 1 ball, 1 strike here. McKay being held closely at second. And Watkin wanted that one and couldn't pull the trigger at the bottom of the strike zone. High dramatics here once again. You might have paid for your whole seat, but you only need the edge. The Ironmen trying to make something happen here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that is in the dirt outside. Watkin holds up there. He's been seeing the ball well all day. Single and a walk. 1 for 2 in this one. And again, he was 1 for 1 in the first game with a single, 2 walks, and a hit by pitch. Here comes the 2-2. And that is outside for a ball. Full count here to Watkin. Betts running out of places to put people. And that one is a base hit into left field. McKay's going to come around third and get the stop sign. Dow was unable to come up with it cleanly, but again, Kevin Bowes, knowing that the guy that matters more is the guy out at second, not going to risk getting anybody thrown out at the plate. So now the bases are loaded, and we are going to get a visit here from the Alpines pitching coach. So a quick visit here and some instructions. So again, 4-2 ball game here. Jake Cook's coming to the dish. The Ironmen have the bases loaded and only 1 out still. And a couple of guys here. Again, Cook has a sac fly already in this game. Again, Kevin with the stop sign there at third. Not wanting to risk Mike getting thrown out at home. And that is a looper into left center. Dow's going to come up with it and throw it to 3, and nobody's there. Nobody's at third base, but Keats unable to take advantage. He was back to second all the way. And Dow with that throw right up to third, and there was absolutely nobody home. So Cook with his second sac fly of the day. So now here comes Logan Walsh. And that is a called strike on a pitch that looked a little bit outside. So 4-3 now. So in need of a base hit. And that one nowhere near, and that's going to move up runners. Van Snick did a good job even to get a piece of that. So now the tying run is 90 feet away, and the winning run is at second base. But still, as the story has been all day here with runners on, the Ironmen are in need of a base hit. Van Snick asking the dugout if they want to put Walsh on here. Again, Walsh has struggled at the plate today. I can't see a scenario where you wouldn't want to pitch to him. You got 2 out. That's a foul off. So 1-2 is the count here. Charlie Mollison would be next here if Walsh is able to reach without driving in 2. And that's inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that is wasted and fouled away. Great waste pitch there. Well, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here. And that is way outside, so that'll fill it up. So full count, 2 out here. The pitch of the day right here, right now, folks. The most important one we have seen, about to be delivered by Nathan Betts. And Walsh will foul it off, so we will see another one. Still a full count, 2 out here. Again, that wild pitch allowing the runners to move up now means that Watkin could likely score on a single. And that is popped up in the infield, or in the outfield. Beach is under it, and that will be the ball game. So both games get a little hairy for the Alpines closer, but at the end of the day, Nathan Betts gets the job done. And the Alpines will hold on and will win both ends of the doubleheader here. It's 4-2 in the first game and 4-3 here in the second game. A couple of tough losses for the Ironmen where they had plenty of chances, and I mean plenty of chances, to put runs across against Hayden Dow, Luke McCullough, and company, and were unable to do so. So the Ironmen next see action Wednesday when they travel to Moncton. We will be live again Thursday night. Again, note the special 8 p.m. Thursday night start time, as Charlottetown is going to be here. As always, folks, we want to thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast today. If you were watching on Facebook or Twitch or our YouTube page, thank you so much. Make sure you leave a like or subscribe so you can catch Ironman baseball action all summer long. Also, make sure you follow the Ironman on x.com/Chatham Ironman for all the latest news and scores. Of course, I am the voice of the Ironman, Chris Jardine. Thank you so much for coming by. I want to thank Jake Dignam for his help in the press box today. And Thursday night, we'll have an extra mic here so you'll be able to hear his thoughts, not just gravitated through me. But again, the Alpines win both ends of the double dip here today, 4-2 in game 1 and 4-3 in game 2. Thank you so much for watching O'Donoghue's Ironman Baseball Live.